Um, I'm still waiting. I want to wait for our director to enter. She's out there. Florencia, we're waiting for you. My name is Alexander Eisenschmidt, and this is the second day of At Home with the Collective, a summit on communal housing. We had a fantastic first day yesterday with an amazing and really thoughtful and thought-provoking and stimulating and smart lectures and discussions, and I look forward to continuing these conversations today. As I mentioned at the intro yesterday, the aim of the summit is to garner intelligences that can confront the dire affordable housing situation and speak to the potential of collective housing as a productive challenge for architecture. And so, of course, being in a school of architecture, that is a really important aspect. We had 3 panels yesterday, and we're going to have 2 more panels today, followed by a roundtable discussion around 3:34. And I will introduce the 4th panel that is titled Exchange and Community. And we will look at the role of architecture in the construction of projects that are based on communal sharing and collective ownership, not just of certain facilities, but of land and the housing itself. As such, they might hold the key to not just counter the commodification of housing, but in fact take themselves out of the real estate market and are no longer subjected to the conventional drivers of financial speculation. What is maybe most interesting to me is that the setting up of an alternative terrain that sidesteps the demands of the market economy has maybe the promise or the potential to envision alternatives less bound by conventions. So while developer-driven housing production is eternally based on real or resale value, the avoidance of risk and the repetition of what is popular, the collective building model is potentially less burdened by that status quo. And so here the collective struggle for housing becomes a breathing ground for innovation. In this panel, we will hear of projects that challenge existing stereotypes of ownership, the private house, the singular family through modes of exchange and collectivity. Cristina Gamboa is based in Barcelona, Spain. She is co-founder of La Colle, a non-profit cooperative of architects where she focuses on research and developing cooperative housing projects. Gamboa currently teaches at the AA in London and the ETSAB in Barcelona. Valeria Esteves is a cooperativist at a 50-apartment housing block and also an architect with the Centro Cooperativa Uruguay, the CCU, where she is currently supervising construction and advising groups during the building period. In addition, she is also professor at the Faculty of Architecture and Urbanism at the Institute of Technology in Montevideo, Uruguay. And then we have Yvonne Santoyo Orozco, who's based in New York, where she's assistant professor of architecture at the Bard College. She's also co-directing that program there, and her research has been published widely and attends to histories of spatial resistance against the privatization of collective welfare and common lands. Please join me in welcoming Yvonne. I was told putting it as far up as possible.
As far?
Yeah, as close as possible.
As close or as far? I'll try. Well, thank you, Alexander. Thank you, Natalie, and everybody for making this possible. Thank you for the presentations yesterday. I have like a head loaded with questions, and I'm learning so much from you. And thank you for everybody for being here. I think there are a few threads from yesterday that I will pick up. I will start by introducing a little bit of the context I'm working with first, and then I'm going to take you through two case studies. But just bear in mind that I'm giving you a little bit of context to understand where I'm coming from first. One of the main contradictions in the struggle for housing justice in Mexico in the last 4 decades is that while housing rights are stipulated as a constitutional right, the actual provision of housing has been completely commodified at the state level. This is because national housing policies have prioritized the fulfillment of the right to housing by promoting private property through massive incentives to access housing credits. For example, one of the largest governmental institutions in Mexico overseeing workers' right to housing, known as Infonavit, is today responsible for granting about 60% of housing credits in Mexico. Basically, what this means is that the market has been entrusted with organizing the delivery of a constitutional right. And indirectly, the state is contributing to promoting a difficult landscape of real estate speculation that marginalizes the very subjects they seek to assist. For these reasons, it could be said that in Mexico, the constitutional right to housing is simply of an aspirational nature. While it was legally introduced as a social prerogative capable of mobilizing collective goals, today it has been completely individuated and commodified through the credit. And as a result, any project that seeks to create or maintain an alternative to private property ownership inevitably comes to endure a lot of opposition. More importantly, I want to look at two cases to understand how they present us with contrasting articulations of what, It is in this context that I would like to reflect on the political implications of two housing models in Mexico that were established as an alternative models to housing as private property. Here you see the members of a collective housing project demonstrating in 1984 against a presidential decree that dictated that their rental units had to become privatized. The housing project in question is Unidad Número 1 in Santa Fe in Mexico City, with 2,200 units and a rich array of social amenities, all built between 1953 and 1958. The decree the residents were protesting against was part of the introduction of neoliberal adjustments that the Mexican state put in place in the context of the financial crisis of 1982. This decree not only affected Unidad Santa Fe, but a total of 11 housing units of similar size that were state-owned and state-managed by the Mexican Institute of National Security, otherwise known as IMSS. Here, my second case, you see members of Cooperativa Palo Alto in Mexico City protesting just last year against the pressure to sell and liquidate their cooperative. Palo Alto is the first housing cooperative in Mexico City, established in 1973 around principles of mutual aid and economic solidarity. It hosts 247 units for working class families, and today they are struggling to maintain their collective property. Looking at these two cases is important for three reasons. As I mentioned before, they were conceived as alternative models to private ownership. Again, Unidad Santa Fe units had a model of rental tenure, and Cooperativa Palo Alto was built under the model of collective property. where members have the right to use and enjoy, but not the right to sell. Important as well is that both of these are models that attend specifically to the working classes and people that have no pre-existing capital other than their own labor power. More importantly, I want to look at both of these cases to understand how they present us with contrasting articulations of what feminist Marxists refer to as social reproduction, or more broadly, the social practices and labor historically undertaken by women that are required to maintain and care for the health and productive capacities of the working force, as well as to literally reproduce future workers, the act of birthing. To put it differently, social reproduction recognizes that in order for the workers to be productive at work, they need a decent night's sleep, the provision of meals, the maintenance and cleaning of their spaces, the schooling and socializing of kids to prepare them for future work, the management of the wage, the physical and mental health of the family, and a whole host of other caregiving activities that aim to maximize the worker's productivity each working day. Because these activities have historically fallen in women's hands, social reproduction theory recognizes that domestic labor, often taken as labor of love, is nevertheless essential to capitalism, yet naturalized as feminine and thus taken as its opposite, as non-work, as invisible labor, even to Marxists. This is a form of labor that, because it's almost never remunerated, is also a site of oppression. For that reason, feminist Marxists have taken reproductive labor also as a site of struggle. I want to use social reproduction as a lens through which to understand these two cases, because while they differ architecturally in quite overt ways, their fundamental differences and their capacity to provide different imaginary of collective life lies in the role social reproduction play in their establishment, in their social processes, and in their capacity to resist the incursion of predatory capitalism. I'll start with my first case. Unidad Santa Fe was built in 1982, a state-owned housing complex. It was commissioned in 1953 by the governmental institution in charge of Social Security in Mexico, IMSS. While today, this institution is only known for providing medical care for the working classes, in the early decades from its foundation in 1943 and until the 1970s, IMSS was the governmental institution meant to fulfill the social promise of the Mexican Revolution by providing a larger set of social services from medical care to daycares, theaters, gyms, centers of recreation, holiday centers, and of course, housing. In the quest to bring social welfare to a larger sector of the population, Unidad Santa Fe held a special place for the institution. In the words of the director of IMSS at that time, Antonio Ortiz Mena, during the opening of Unidad Santa Fe in 1957, he stated, and I quote, "The project bears the seal of the new social doctrine. The Institute is not only building houses and apartments, it's establishing a new way of life for workers and their families. Unidad Santa Fe is a synthesis and an example of what social security can offer," end of quote. The project was designed by the team of Mexican architect Mario Pani. Its 2,200 units were distributed across a site of 30 hectares, consisting of 23 multifamily buildings, hosting a total of 932 apartments, as well as 1,245 houses distributed across an entire array of 9 different architectural types. Across the entire complex, units range from 35 to 137 square meters And because for IMSS, housing was considered as a social provision, it offered long-term agreements to Santa Fe residents, tenants, either through a contract for life or for 100 years for a modest monthly fee. Modest. I can come back to that if you want. But what set this housing complex apart was its vast provision of social functions provided within its boundaries. It was a true city within a city. It had many parks, playgrounds, fountains, a theater, 2 commercial areas, social centers, a daycare, K-12 schools, a band shell, a clinic, a cafeteria, a library, a gym, a bakery, collective laundry facilities, a subsidized market, a social center for women, and many sports facilities. Unidad Santa Fe's provision of modern facilities, its use of modern industrial materials, its construction methods, and the design signature of the modernist architect Mario Pani has placed Santa Fe as a paradigmatic example in the history of Mexican modernism. However, in the eyes of the state, Unidad Santa Fe had a very specific role of more symbolic and political nature. Unidad Santa Fe was strategically located in the western fringes of Mexico City's urban footprint at the time and at the edge of the emerging industrial core. This crucial location was deliberately selected to provide workers with housing near sites of employment. This was crucial not only for the benefit of workers, but for the stability of IMSS as an institution. Basically, the way that IMSS funds were generated were partly to state contribution and partly through the employer's contribution. But enrollment was only carried out by the employer, who had to voluntarily enroll their workers into Social Security. So it could be argued that at the end, the success of this social program was in part at the whims of the capitalist class. For this reason, the mapping that relates Unidad Santa Fe with sources of employment, this one, already ensured by IMSS, is crucial. In practical terms, this mapping allowed IMSS to quantify the number of dwelling units required, but symbolically and arguably, this map was the driving force behind the conception of Unidad Santa Fe. It was a symbolic encouragement that reminded the capitalist class that social welfare was not only benefiting the workers, but also the employers. Furthermore, it could be argued that this mapping represented more clearly the diagram of social reproduction that intrinsically bound the domestic space where the male worker recovers his productive capacity with the economic life in the factory, where commodities were produced. As Nancy Fraser reminds us, and I quote, social reproduction is an indispensable background condition for the possibility of economic production in a capitalist society. Or, as the propaganda of Red Women Workshop declared, capitalism also depends on domestic labor. And this is where architecture comes in, because social reproduction is a form of work that assumes the free labor of women, the intimacy in domestic architecture, and the domestic architecture has reinforced the isolation of women, and it has invisibilized social reproduction in the confines of the walls of a single family house. In the case of Unidad Santa Fe, however, there was an effort to confront this. Public spending was mobilized to move many of the social reproductive activities out of the house. Residents of Santa Fe had free daycare, free schools, free cultural activities, free sports activities, free healthcare, collective laundry spaces, kids have breakfast in the school, adults have Friday dances, and plenty of more activities to socialize. Indeed, the state absorbed most of the cost of social reproduction. And yet, the social assistance this project provided came with a set of expectations, especially for women, expectations that were far from liberating. the way social reproduction was articulated in Unidad Santa Fe solidified gender roles and reestablished social hierarchies. Let's reconsider Unidad Santa Fe from this perspective. In this complex, women spend their days in Casa de la Aseguradora, the house of the insured woman, one of the most popular typological inventions of IMSS. This was the place where many women learned how to read and write so that they could manage the wage of their husband more efficiently. They took dressmaking courses here to make the clothes for the kids, cooking classes to expand their culinary variety. They took hairdressing classes and enjoyed music, drama, and dance lessons, among many other cultural activities. The difference is that this house of the insured was sold as a pleasural activity. This is what in other contexts will be called home economics. As for the kids of up to 12 years old, they were able to spend their free time in clubs managed by the state. Young adults were able to spend their free time learning basic trades that could allow them to complement the wage of the family. And male adults were still seen as the future dominant wage earners, enjoying the proximity to a work site while enjoying playing dominoes in the social center of Unidad Santa Fe. What I think Unidad Santa Fe offers is a diagram of gender life in a normalized imaginary of a patriarchal work ethic, all of which is facilitated by the state. From this perspective, the genuinely high quality of life, it has to be said, and social relations that Unidad Santa Fe provided were nevertheless an armature that aimed to cultivate an obedient and productive workforce. As much as we may be prone to value a project like Unidad Santa Fe as a shining achievement of what a thoughtful modernist architecture can do, it is important to note how social reproduction theory sheds another light on this work. Reflecting on the writings of Maria Rosa de la Costa, Liz Mason DC states, and I quote, "When we turn social reproduction over to the state, we allow the state to determine what is reproduced, and we take for granted that what we're reproducing will be capitalist relations." For this reason, it is important to avoid romanticizing so-called welfare utopias. Unidad Santa Fe was and still is a loved place by many of its dwellers, but it certainly didn't challenge the conventions of a patriarchal capitalist society, quite the opposite. In a way, projects like these show that it is simply impossible to socialize capitalism, at least that's what I think. Indeed, it could be argued instead that the welfare state, with its many beautiful projects like this one, was only a necessary phase of capitalism that sought to integrate the working class at a moment of class consciousness and fervent labor organization. As Nancy Fraser has stated, and I quote, "Productivity and profitability requires the biopolitical cultivation of a healthy, educated workforce with a stake in the system, as opposed to a raged revolutionary rabble." In a sense, the transition to a privatized neoliberal state may have been inevitable. Despite demonstrations and oppositions, Unidad Santa Fe became in 1982 a condominium, when President José López Portillo issued a decree that disincorporated IMSS housing complexes from the state. All housing units were privatized, and all the social services were transferred to the municipality to administer or sell. IMSS only kept control and possession of the clinic. Unfortunately, the model of social reproduction instituted in Unidad Santa Fe was in the service of production. It taught only work, to train its inhabitants to become the workforce of the capitalist class. As a resident of Santa Fe has stated, and I'm quoting, "The world beyond Unidad Santa Fe required the existence of poverty to maintain a cheap workforce," end of quote. And I will add, this cheapness dependent on the maintenance of a patriarchal, gender division of labor to stabilize the larger formation of a capitalist order. And yet, it's crucial to emphasize that the practices and spaces of social reproduction we can observe in Unidad Santa Fe shouldn't suggest that social reproduction must always serve as a source of cheap free labor for capitalism. If in Unidad Santa Fe, social reproduction was a lever to integrate and discipline the emerging working class, Cooperativa Palo Alto inverts this model to produce something entirely different. To understand why it's important to counterpose these two projects, we have to first understand that Cooperativa Palo Alto was born out of struggle and continues to exist through struggle, thanks to the determination of generations of women who were determined, is that okay? Who were determined to create a different housing condition for themselves, or perhaps even a different society altogether. Today, the 247 houses of Palo Alto, organized around 4.7 hectares, share a life in common under a collective form of ownership. Just like Unidad Santa Fe, Palo Alto has a large variety of social infrastructures that invites a life beyond the nuclear family to be possible. Distributed across a tidy neighborhood of somehow modest two-story buildings is a library, an assembly hall, a house for the elderly, many sports courts, a civic square, stores, a multi-purpose space for events, many pedestrianized streets, and very importantly, a set of open lots, which serve as spaces dedicated to the future generations of cooperativistas. This year, the members of Cooperativa Palo Alto happen to be celebrating their 50-year anniversary since the formation of their cooperative in 1973. Over these 5 decades, cooperativistas have seen their surrounding neighborhood transform from an exhausted sand mine where many used to work, to landfills, to the present situation where the community finds itself overshadowed and right in the middle of one of Mexico City's most exclusive districts, Bosques de las Lomas. With the value of their land, while the value of their land has, as a result, grown exponentially, this has only intensified the contrast of a tract of decommodified land set defiantly amidst the space of a spectacular architecture fueled by a high-pressure real estate market. It's important to remember that Cooperativa Palo Alto was first imagined in the mining settlement. This is where it came to be. Not so far from the current location that served as a residence to the first generations of women that became instrumental in the foundation of the cooperative. In this settlement, the women experienced oppressive living conditions that meant birthing many children, caring for large families, cooking and cleaning without running water or electricity, no social services at all, no doctors, no schools, and unfortunately, a lot of domestic violence. However, women came to understand how the oppressive living conditions they experienced were a product of a larger structural problem experienced by the working class. The women of Palo Alto came to this awareness while participating in lessons of alphabetization and conscientization given by their beloved teacher, Rodolfo Escamilla, a Jesuit priest who believed strongly in syndicalism and promoted liberation theology. Escamilla was part of a group of leftist priests that throughout Latin America practiced a pedagogy of liberation, and that were also proponents of collective property through cooperatives. In fact, many of the cooperatives in Latin America can be traced back to their origins in the leftist church. So the women learning how to read, write, and how to do math were at the same time, through this pedagogy of liberation, also receiving a political education that allowed them to understand the roots of their oppression. Ever since that moment, they tell me, their lives were transformed. As cooperativista Gloria Valdespino Dominguez told me, Escamilla shows how to understand our social reality, oppression, and struggle. He taught us about class consciousness, one of the first things that led us towards collective action and organization. Even though most of the official documents of Palo Alto contain only faces of men, it was women who led their collective struggle for land. It was women who took on the formal establishment of the cooperative. It was women who decided to organize their lives around a collective form of tenure because they saw it clearly as an alternative to structural dispossession that not even their husbands could sell out. It was women who embraced the idea of the cooperative since it allowed them to take decisions together, share governance in an assembly where everyone was treated as equal. And once all these conditions of possibility for a different collective life were established, together, the entire community participated in the design, construction, and maintenance of the spaces of the cooperative. The entire community self-built their houses, exercising practices of mutual aid with the assistance of the team of Mexican architect Enrique Ortiz Flores and the Uruguayan architect Tito Acuña. To this day, the entire community oversees the maintenance of the cooperative by organizing collective cleaning and repair sessions. They take turns organizing the social life in the cooperative by participating in commissions that plan events that attend to the physical and emotional health of the community. The entire community also welcomes and celebrates gender fluidity. They understand that gender is a capitalist, is a constructed category within, and they seek to avoid these hierarchies. And very importantly, the community of Palo Alto continues to cultivate their political education, not only through classes, readings, and sharing their own history of struggle with the new generation of cooperativistas, but also by demonstrating actively against the constant pressure by the real estate markets that is outside, pressuring to liquidate their cooperative. As Cooperativista told me, without a political formation, cooperatives cannot succeed. With the school that they have in their cooperative, we seek political awareness of cooperativistas. We seek to discuss why housing is not a commodity but a way of life. The curriculum promotes the understanding of social movements in a historical context, an awareness of what it means to live collectively, and reflections on class consciousness and political economy. The task was and continues to be very clear. First, we need to form cooperativistas and then a cooperative, end of quote. It is crucial to emphasize that everything they have achieved has been through struggle. A struggle against the first generation of male cooperativistas who took a long time to give full credit to the women of Palo Alto. And since the late 1990s, they have struggled against a few of their own members who, tempted by the high value of their land, left their cooperative and are actively seeking to liquidate and privatize the cooperative. Despite this serious economical temptation and intimidation posture of the members that left, that sometimes are called dissidents, as they pursue a very complicated battle, the majority of the cooperative, despite this, continues to vote against the privatization in the assembly. Speaking with cooperativistas, they continue to reiterate to me that it would be impossible to compare their community to what money can buy. They see in the cooperative not just a solution for them, but a proposition for a different kind of society than what capitalism can provide altogether. What sets Cooperativa Palo Alto apart is that it centers social reproduction as the generative diagram to an entirely different way to organize society, by centering social reproduction from the beginning rather than pressuring it to be naturally supplemental to productive labor. Offer as a way to imagine collectivity outside the commodified values of private property. To conclude with Liz Mason these words, and I quote, "When we take social reproduction into our own hands, when we recognize it as a terrain of struggle, we enable the production of other social relations." For the cooperativistas of Palo Alto, social reproduction was never a pacifying, depoliticizing provision imposed upon them. Rather, it is the basis on which their social bonds find its way out of capitalism and the commodification of life. Thank you.
Desde los comienzos del cooperativismo de vivienda en Uruguay, el Centro Cooperativista ha promovido soluciones que permitan no solo un mayor acceso a viviendas de calidad, sino el acceso a sectores de la ciudad consolidada, barrios con espacio público, con transporte, educación y servicios en general. Para esto, fue fundamental emprender proyectos de mayor densidad que permitieran dar viabilidad a cooperativas en barrios intermedios y centrales de la ciudad. Al principio mediante cooperativas de ahorro previo con empresas constructoras, pero más recientemente con el desafío de construcción en altura por la propia ayuda mutua. La cooperativa Coviviema 5 es el primer proyecto cooperativo en altura por ayuda mutua, inaugurado en el 2017 y fue el comienzo de esta nueva etapa. Actualmente, desde el CCU, venimos asesorando a diferentes experiencias con construcción en altura. Tanto en Montevideo como en ciudades del interior del país. Estos proyectos nos encuentran nuevamente trabajando junto a las cooperativas que optan por esta apuesta, compartiendo el desafío con la seguridad de que estrategias como esta permiten el acceso democrático a nuestras ciudades, efectivizando así el derecho a la ciudad.
Well, hello. No, this is not the one. No. Okay, go to the beginning. Well, thank you. Hello, can you hear me? I want to thank the introduction for Alexander and the invitation also, and I want to congratulate and thank this instance for a moment like this one in the world. I think that the more conflicts, the more gatherings to share experiences of how going out. And here I am talking about cooperativism, which I am fully convinced is one of the ways of getting out of solutions. Firstly, to introduce Uruguay, it's in South America, a geopolitically peripheral country of about 3.5 million inhabitants, half of which we live in its capital, Montevideo, where the case I am going to talk about, Coivema 5, is settled too. Some facts, some interesting facts about Uruguay are about our access to potable water, electrical energy, or internet access, more than 90%, 99%. Our footprint is rather low, meanwhile our biocapacity is rather high. And we have some lately social laws enacted as assisted pregnancy interruption or reproduction programs or same-sex marriage in the latest times. But in this context, we share the same social inequalities as the rest of Latin America for the rest. For example, femicides in 2022, they were up to 37, which is a high rate for us. And the sanitation infrastructure, it goes up to half of the population, the network. There are other systems solved. 1 of each 18 Uruguayans live in precariousness, and our deficit housing is on 80,000 houses, being the double of what a government can do each 5 years. Well, for CCU, it means Uruguayan Cooperativism Center. It is a non-profit, non-governmental organization organized as a cooperative as well. This is the place where I work in. It was founded in 1961 by a group of 3 or 4 professionals who gathered to promote associativity. Firstly, among rural workers in the rural environments, promoting small rural productions and improvement of their works. And then, aware of our housing crisis at that time, they founded in 1965 the housing area. There was created. Their initial idea at that time, it was to the government, the state, to ask for an Inter-American Development Bank loan, which provides 70% of the investment on the 30% state counterpart. At that moment, our state was broke, so they answered they could provide only the lands, which represented only the 15% of the investment. So there, the idea arose of the beneficiaries contributing with working on the sites, on the building sites, to cover the remaining 15%. So the beneficiaries took this idea to the table. They were willing and able to have their housing. So this is how everything arose. Then in 1966, the first 3 groups there started their projects. And this more or less the worker, the women working there. Another interesting point to take here is that these people from the beginnings, from CCU, collaborated in writing our first comprehensive housing law, which was enacted in 1968. And this is important because it meant the first step to cooperativism as a public housing policy. Another interesting point to highlight is this late law created an entity, the Technical Advisory Institutes, to guide the cooperatives, technically guide the cooperatives along the process. So CCU became one of these institutes. Nowadays in Uruguay, there are more than 50 institutes like CCU working with cooperativism. For us, for CCU, this is our way of organization based on members' assembly, which guidelines each year. Guidelines each year's management committee of 5 members of us, rotating each 2 years, and guiding the main areas, rural area, habitat area, and central programs area, working each with rural cooperatives, housing cooperatives, or social or working cooperatives as well. We are 71 workers distributed this way, and CCU keeps international presence in national and international associativism networks too. They are listed there. Well, this is a distribution, a general distribution of the programs from then up to now. We have worked in white the general interventions on rural and housing. The big greens are the ones under construction at this moment. Well, from this timeline, the main aspects to take, it is that from the moment this law, these experiences started to work and this law was enacted, there was a first growth and expansion of the movement in 5 years until 1973, when the dictatorial period started. This movement have already built more than 3,000 houses by cooperativism, which represents the 20% of the production of the state at that moment. Then after that period, a period of stagnation started because of the dictatorship, where it was forbidden to gather and to make collective projects. And when democracy returned in 1983, it was restored, but not fully restored, because governments at that time wouldn't give priority to this kind of programs. So it was not until 2005 when the first progressist government got to the national elections that it was promoted again. Then from 2007, second growth started until now, let's say, but never as the same size as the first period. Well, from this first period until 1990, more or less, the general distribution in our capital, Montevideo, is this way, rather peripheral. And it is because until the 90s, the land acquisition was only under the market conditions. Then in the 1990s, when the administration, a new progressive administration got to the city, there were some tents to turn to the vacant city. From these first times, there are 2 emblematic cases which include collective programs among the houses, Complejo Boulevard and Mesa 1 from 1971, built and inaugurated in 1974. Then Covivema 5, we are going to talk about, is one of these cases from these efforts to bring population again to the center of the city, which was emptied in the previous years. Then after Covivema, other cases went on working, other groups went on working on that idea. And nowadays, we are working on these groups. Well, for the cooperative housing in Uruguay, it is, we understand it as an innovative public policy of housing with the double condition of being at the same time a housing policy system and a social movement too. For the housing policy system, it is based on these two main laws, and it is guided by the State Ministry of Housing, financing the cooperatives on the 80% of the investment to 25 years return loan, on the 15% counterpart contribution of cooperatives. The state also makes projects approvals, process oversight, checkpoint controls, and compliance and monitoring of the projects and the processes and the amounts inverted. For the institutes and cooperatives, the institutes are private entities which guide technically the cooperatives. So what we do mainly is to give the proper information, appropriate information, make proposals, some more or less proposals, to so the cooperatives could make the decisions properly and then return the decisions and then go forward on the detailed process and projects. And as for the social movement, it is constantly in relationship and tensions with the housing policy, because the social movement itself collaborates and incides in the way this politic is led. It's dependent on the government if they are more listened or less listened, but they are always on the round on that. They have in charge the development, spread, and support of this culture. They have a political, social, and educational role, and promoting rights roles. They protect their gift rights or pursue new rights on report and act in front of some rights threatenings. At this moment, they are claiming for land regulation, assignment of new central area lots for cooperatives. They ask not to depend on the land market only to buy the lots, and among others. We often say that these people load on their shoulders the responsibility of the healthy functioning of a political policy of housing. But it is true. Well, for the law innovations, it enables to collective properties. It is important because to mention these points, because this law is what frames all this task, all this policy. Without this, it wouldn't have been possible to read this out. So it is the one who enables the collective property of land and the collective home ownership by means of constituted legal persons. Cooperative constitute legal persons, and the legal persons is the one who owns the property. It is not public property. It also opens the possibility to associative and self-management and self-building by mutual aid, which are two. It's a compound of ingredients, self-management and mutual aid, which led to high organization levels in a democratic organization structure. It also acknowledges the beneficiary's contribution as partnership of the investment. It could be by previous saving or mutual aid working outside. It provides security and stability for lifespan in-house tenants by making use and enjoy contracts. It provides security and stability for permanence in the houses too. Enables to heritage, defines the first time in our country that a law defines adequate habitability conditions, and defines three housing financing systems: public, private, and the mix of cooperatives. And besides, it defines one financing source, one fund, called FONAVI, Fondo Nacional de Vivienda, National housing funds, which is a sustainable relevant system based on the cooperatives paying their loans, then creating new funds for other cooperatives. Well, and as I said before, it creates the concept of technical advisory institutes. Well, the basic organization for cooperatives is also the General Assembly with 4 commissions working together to lead out the decisions from the Assembly. They are elected each 2 years. It is for the general life of the cooperative, and it changed slightly during the building period, being reinforced by 2 main commissions, the Work Commission and Construction Commission. Work Commission leads and organizes the mutual aid distribution during the week, because as the building starts, the mutual aid starts, and each member of the cooperative works 24 hours a week in the site, led by the construction manager. So this commission distributes and organizes this work. And the construction commission leads the weekly plan to cope up with the general plan of the building. And also to take care of the heights, safety conditions, and so on. For the case of Cooperativa 5, the first experience of 10-floor height building, we had already done less height, but it is the first one at this scale. For 55 families, it was founded in 1995, and in this period I told you before they started the building in 2014. So it's they had a long a lifespan period to start the building. And this is why the social workers who worked with them said it is because these neighbors were nearby neighbors who didn't want to leave the area, so they had a strong sense of belonging and at the same time a strong common goal and a common history. And they wanted to pursue that goal. For the project itself, the lot, it was tensioning a lot itself because it is settled in a compact grid organization, urban plot, at that time in decay, very compact area with no public space. So, and insert in an urban plan, national planning called Plan Phoenix. It was a kind of canary warfare plant in our city. But for that plant, the ITV consultancy advised to use this lot for institutional programs destinations. But at the same time, there were neighbors of the area claiming for the lot for the public space provision to the area. And at the same time, these neighbors who wanted somewhere to build their cooperative. So there was a municipality attitude towards expropriating this lot to turn it from an abandoned site to an urban complex of housing and public space, promoting urban sustainability too. So, for the cooperative and the techniques working at CSO at that moment, the first proposal they made, it was to leave the corner square for public space uses, to use the ground floor for these institutional programs demanded, and then to leave the remaining parcel to the given height for the cooperative housing proposes. At the end, these institutional programs were not led, so the ground floor was left free to interact with the public space and in the corner. And in one area, the low area is free ground floor, and in the other area, there were 2 collective spaces for the cooperative made. A small one for work, other for reunions, and the kitchen in the middle. And then for the given height, the main facades were given to the public space, to the square. They took distance from the streets, for the traffic streets, and they were facing to the north also, leaving some shadow backyards and double opposed orientation for gaining cross ventilation too. Well, for then the process, Covibema, the people in Covibema sent us photographs for you from the period of the building. This is again the importance of the women at presence and working in the cooperatives. Well, and then after Covibema, we have made some learnings from that experience, incorporating them in nowadays other projects. And some of the challenges we have today is taking commitments with particular groups, vulnerable groups, who need different assistance and who we find for whom the system will have to take some flexibilities to adapt to them also. As for example, immigrants, this is a weekly reunion of Venezuelan cooperative. They're working. Or Afro-descendants groups, as in the case of Fama Guarén, or Then for families of one parent, two, and last one we are in process. It's settled in the old city, and with the lots are very small. And this is we call it dispersed cooperative. It is one cooperative in more than one lot. So in the previous growth, the fast growth of cooperativism, they used to make in one big lot more than one cooperative. 5 cooperatives gathered to build one big project, as we saw before. This is on the contrary. This is one cooperative in different lots. This is a new experience, something new. We are on to working there. And this in green are the spaces, the collective spaces that are intended for this cooperative. Places to gather, places to children care, places to work, and to park also. Well, that's, I think, there. Thank you.
So first of all, I want to thank Alexander and the university, also Nathalie, everyone that makes possible that we are here today. Also congratulate all the colleagues that show exceptional work to enrich this discussion. And I will present our experience with cooperative housing projects in the city of Barcelona. And first of all, I want to basically acknowledge that this is a collective work. I'm part of La Colle, a cooperative of architects established in 2014. And basically, this was a framework to really battle really unstable and precarious labor conditions in architectural context in Barcelona, and also an opportunity to really redefine a framework of operation and also our agency in the city, and especially linked to the housing condition. And basically, the housing condition, of course, this was in the middle of economical crisis and the housing crisis in Spain. And I would just want to highlight that we understood housing, or we still understand housing in a cross-sectional way, which is from the access and the right to housing, but it's linked to the right to the city, how it's affecting stability, health issues arriving nowadays, also to energy poverty, and even the right to energy with the increase of the energy provision. And one important fact is that in Barcelona we only have 1.52% of social housing. So that means that basically the housing stock is totally linked to private market and real estate. So there is no mechanisms to control basically housing price. And also the tenancy, there is 65% of individual ownership, 35% of rent. But basically, as I was saying, all this is operating in the private market. And basically, because there is no way to control it, there is also kind of an increasing of the prices, and this idea, basically, housing is becoming an asset rather than a right. And this is something really linked to the culture, Spanish cultural relation with housing. Since the Franco's regime, the idea of individual ownership has been really, really embedded in our society. So one of the main challenges also is how to introduce all these new models. Basically, the housing responsible during the dictatorship said that we want a society of owners, not of proletarians. So this is one of the main challenges of this introduction of the model. And learning from international case studies, Uruguay, it was one of our main references, also Denmark, Switzerland, many other countries. Basically, we were trying to understand which alternative models to introduce and to block speculation and to redefine this relation with ownership. And basically, cooperative housing was when it was also possible to introduce with the cooperative law, the legal system. So basically, the model is the pillar or the key characteristic is this idea of collective ownership. So the co-op, it's the owner of the building, and the people, it's member of the co-op, so has the control of it, but only the right of use one flat. So there is no the capacity to speculate. And it's, of course, a non-profit co-op, a non-profit initiative. And basically, as I was saying, this is the mechanism, the tool that we, when I said we, is basically the cooperative movement and many, many people that we have been working to introduce this model, not only La Colle, of course. And this has been a model that it's in our context is basically community-led, so the people, it's basically leading the developments and controlling it. It's really looking for introduce affordable and inclusive housing. It's linked to the values of cooperativism and this co-responsibility with the surrounding in many levels. It's really also wanted to be sustainable, environmental sustainable, but as also I'm kind of arguing, environmental in the broadest way possible, social, economically, political, sustainable, and replicable. And the replicability is because each initiative doesn't want to fulfill the needs of a specific group of people. It really wants to become replicable. It's a process of sharing knowledge to creating an emergent model, and always in a link to the social and solidarity economy. So it's a process of intercooperation, and it's a process to generate social market. And just basically, as a note, this has been a model, as I was saying, that emerged as part of the housing crisis, of the urban activism, and basically led and instigated by the citizenship. But with entered in the 2005, if I'm not wrong, the enter of Barcelona Communal, a progressive government, and with the opportunity to develop 2 pilot projects. One is Laborda that I will talk later. But basically, cooperative housing was introduced in the housing plan. So it was also the beginning of a housing policy that was promoting this model. It just basically, it was a really, really challenging housing plan, trying to increase the affordable stock to 15% in the city. So it was trying to mobilize as much agents and stakeholders as possible. So one of the points was this idea of boosting the social market. And the municipality started to create a committee, a space of discussion and dialogue and exchange of the different conditions, conflicts, needs, and also a series of public tenders to promote cooperative housing in the city. And this was the starting also of a really productive relationship with the public sector in terms of social housing policies, but also we have always been working with technicians in the administration in a local and regional level to promote and to work with the different regulatory changes that allows all these projects also to be developed. And also the key mechanism is the provision of land by the municipality through a mechanism of leasehold for 75 years. So the municipality is not losing the land remains public. The cooperative, as it's the owner of the building which is on this plot, it's providing and building social housing. So the members of the co-op has to fulfill the criteria for social housing. And basically, in this framework, it's when LACOL started to be involved with Laborda, which is the first housing cooperative bill on public land. It was this first pilot experience, which is the one on the left. And through the different tenders that different cooperatives were kind of accessing, and also through different experiences in private land, but also in other cities that look to Barcelona as a reference, the model is growing, and also our experience with cooperative housing projects. So basically, that's what we wanted to explain. It's a bit what we think that was the potential or the learnings that we found during the process, from the policy to the design, even the management. How cooperative architecture, it has been an opportunity for innovation in collective housing projects. And basically, I will do it through 5 kind of points. The first one is the self-development. So as I was saying, it's a community-led initiative where the inhabitants are in almost all of the cases involved since the beginning of the project. So it's a process where the legal and financial, but also the social kind of architecture goes in parallel to the architectural and development of the construction. And in the case of Laborda, it took basically 6.5 years since the beginning, like the configuration of the initial group, around 15 people, until the moment where people was moving inside the building. So it was a moment where also the social construction, the organization was also being more and more complex, where architecture and architectural team was just one of the branches with economy, legal, model of conviviality, et cetera, et cetera. So it was an opportunity also to redefine all these protocols of provision of housing, to understand how the series of discussions, workshops, and contact points allow to enrich the project and to challenge regulations, standards, and for us it was absolutely key to have all those spaces of interaction. So the second part, it was this capacity to have the knowledge of the user, understanding the needs, but also involve them in all the process. So it was also about methodology and the tools that we were using. And as part of all these tools, a series of surveys and gatherings of data that allows to realize about the conditions of the people, but also this gave us arguments to make proposals to the municipality. So it was crucial to have all that information to battle for regulations in terms of the parking, construction, also the flexibility of the units, and also make people realize about the condition of the others. So this idea of building a community and realizing how even people was even not knowing that they were suffering energy poverty, for example. So it was a process of building community through building housing. And all that information also linked to the workshops done with the people. It was the beginning of the configuration of the program of the building. So this idea of having a certain needs, also having a certain values of sharing and a desire of model of conviviality was all the ingredients to define the collective housing program that basically was this idea to introduce these community areas as a threshold, as an in-between space between the common areas as the stairs, the circulations, and the unit, but also, of course, has a relationship with all those spaces. So it was a reduction of the individual surface in order to collectivize services and equipment, and also generate the spaces of interaction. But also it was the learning of understanding that all these common areas had specific ways of being used, certain protocols of social configuration, of social interaction, of decisions about how people is involved, how externalized or not are the services. And we realized how all these discussions were really political, because from the kitchen to the laundry, we were discussing about gender distribution of the house task, but also about how environmental impact or the reduce of energy demand, water demand, were also possible through all those spaces. So it was kind of a political or environmental tool to introduce those areas, and also where the positions of it in the building were totally defined by the urban context and this transition from the public, the common, and the private. So it was also this understanding of how the collective program, it's part of the city, and it's defining a certain levels of community. So it was also the necessity to understand how those spaces are complementary with the neighborhood. So we have libraries, we have gyms, we have many spaces in the neighborhood. So which kind of program it's really embedded in a daily basis in the building, and also how these infrastructures are also possible to be open to the surrounding. And in La Borda there is a multipurpose room, a laundry, a kitchen, a guest rooms, and basically storage to be shared. And this transition from a public passage open to make more permeable the surroundings, arriving to a ground floor where we have also this kitchen and a cooperative of consumers in the ground floor, arriving to this courtyard that basically it was also understood as an environmental device. So this transition, it was something that to generate interaction, the relation of with the access, with the negotiation, with the neutrality of those spaces was crucial. And this is a series of all those images that relates the units also with the street, arriving from the bottom part to the upper part to the terraces and exterior spaces. And what we realized also is that all these spaces are also as thresholds with different levels of comfort, where the units are allocated in the most privileged areas with the highest level of comfort, which is kind of the south facade. But also the common areas have different moments of use during the day, during the year. So there is a choreography of how the people are using the spaces, where with discontinuous uses, with different levels of comfort because of the activity which is developed. So in this idea of the passive strategy of the building, the reduction of the demand through the program, through the spaces, but also how the spaces are allocated, it was crucial. And this is something that we are trying to work in all the projects, such as La Borda, but also La Balma, which it was a project in a really compact plot, but also with a quite dual condition. So the section of the building, it's also respond to this surrounding, but also open to this pedestrian access to this street and making the life of the building go outside as part of this interaction with the surrounding. On this, the generosity of all those spaces which are open to the neighborhood, these thresholds with the street, to the common areas, which are also used by collectives in the area. Arriving to these corridors and terraces, which are kind of an extension of the units. So once the main strategy is the link to environmental performance, but also to all these transitions, we arrive to the unit, and the units are trying to develop basically a flexible strategy, following a bit Havrakin, for example, as a support. And this strategy of flexibility is developed in different scales, from the building scale, with a matrix, in that case, a matrix of non-hierarchical rooms, which can be connected and configure different typologies, arriving to the unit itself with the size of this room around, for example, 17, 18 square meters, which is kind of small for a living room, big for a room, but allows this neutrality. And then the user, through time, in the second and third phase, once they are living, they can just kind of introduce and adapt the unit. And this is in the case of La Balma, where basically the double configuration of the building and also these different levels of privacy, where it's asking for a typology that can grow and degrow, but also can work like cross-sectional, where privacy spaces can go to one facade to the other one or link to the corridor. And all these different configurations are set in a manual. So when they arrive to the unit, they have a different kind of instructions, which of also the elements that allow these different configurations. So this transition from the room for the most private, arriving to the kitchen in the middle of all those projects, to the common areas. So these thresholds, these relations, is something that we are always working in the project. So the idea how to protect or how to take care of the privacy at the same time, how kind of open and leaving to the people the capacity to interact between them. And once these projects are kind of being built, being known, being experienced, also different levels of interaction has been possible. And in an ongoing project, Sutrak, we are introducing the cluster typology, which we learn also from Switzerland, where basically we have different floors with different typologies. Also in that project, this idea of a discontinuous flat with units with rooms in the north facade, it's more present, but as we can see in the last drawing on the right, there is also one floor where there is a central kitchen that it's also kind of the gathering space of all the floors. So it's a community inside the community of the entire building that also have common areas in the ground floor. And basically, so through this understanding of the model of conviviality, through the understanding of the unit configuration, a series of discussions are also leading with the environmental goals, from energy, water, waste, or materials. These communities are taking the risk to really be innovative with, for example, CLT construction, both in La Borda and in La Balma. And also, we realize that how powerful is the daily practices and the structure or the tool of the assembly to really monitorize and check how far or close the simulation are with the real behavior of the building. And also this is allowing us to really implement recommendations, measures, action, habit. So people, it's really aware about the environmental performance and how just the change of the temperature of the laundry, it's also a way to reduce energy demand. And the last point, it was affordability. It was basically also the capacity to talk about the standards, to talk about the involvement of the user in the building. So the reduction of costs to just a couple of minutes. So simplicity, phases of construction, challenging standards. So this was kind of a naked flat. But basically, it's just simple layerings, just concrete to give inertia, just plasterboard to fulfill fire and acoustic regulations, and the flat it's already there with really, really simple mechanisms. And people, it's just kind of, in a way, ending or adapting, personalizing the unit, but also the collective work is ending and finishing the collective realm of the project. So the budget was just basically defining the main structure, and all the equipment has been progressively finished by self-construction. But this is also a mechanism to increase the sense of belonging, to increase the capacity to maintenance, and to be active in the buildings through time. And also through the common areas are being finished, also the collective activities are starting. So through the experiences of the project on being inhabited, we argue and we really think that all these projects are becoming these infrastructures for sustainable living and are contributing to a resilient city. And it was, for example, the experience of COVID that, sorry. Oh, I cannot put now. It was basically the experience of COVID that it was in a really really hard lockdown situation in Barcelona, in Spain. All these thresholds, all the architectural kind of ambiguity between terraces, between units, were just kind of allowing certain interaction, but also the constitution of the assembly of a structure of decision were allowing to propose a school for kids, a way of mutual aid between families, also spaces of feeling or expressing how they are feeling, and just building different protocols of care while generating a safer space, but with caring of also the mental health and issues that were also causes and outcomes of this kind of really policies that we were having. So, and just to end, said that also these protocols of care are being extended to specific collectives that are also understanding that cooperative housing is a tool for specific protocols of care in different levels. There's senior co-ops of an aging group that wants to take care of each other together, or provision of care for in the late stages of their life, or also La Morada, for example, that it's a woman LGBTQ plus community that really want to visualize the precariousness of the collective to access housing, but also to create a safer space in between the cooperative. And basically, the challenge is how this can be expanded to the city in private and in existing buildings, in a discontinuous co-ops, and how all the energy and environmental mechanisms that we are learning in the scale of the unit and the building, we can expand it with a series of relations and exchanges in a neighborhood level to also imagine new ways of inhabiting our cities. So that's all. Thank you very much. Sorry for the time. Can I? Sorry.
Laura Weathered
Yeah.
is Executive Director of the New York Northwest Arts Council, an artist-directed, non-profit organization and co-founder of Artists Design the Future, trained as a visual artist at the University of Southern California. Laura is dedicated to operative strategies that empower artistic activity as sustainable community development here in Chicago, and really fantastic projects that we should also look up to. And then Penelope Dean, professor here at the School of Architecture, also a fellow at the Institute for the Humanities, also teaching a fantastic studio on domestic lifestyles, and has published a great deal, some on that topic and on others related to design. And I will hand it over to you two.
Go ahead. I get to go first. I am an artist, a long-term resident of Chicago. Went out to LA to earn my master's degree, and I came back to Chicago because of the density of the urban neighborhoods. you could walk around and bump into artists left and right, which wasn't true in LA. And being a part of the artist community in Chicago, gentrification, displacement, we were constantly, we'd find wonderful, vacant, unused space, collectively inhabit it, impress the owner with whatever we were doing, and we would be kicked out for a more upscale condo development. And so we realized, from the point of view of occupiers, that we were placeholders within a system of a real estate cartel. They had the power, the money, we had no capital, but we were energetic, and we decided, listen, from a consumer's point of view, who do we eliminate from this process that's adding costs into the project, and how can we kind of carve out our space? So co-housing, zoning wasn't an issue. We went to affordable housing developers, and their plate was full in developing as much real estate as they could for their population. Market rate developers weren't the least bit interested in what we were doing because, of course, they had their own retirement to take care of. And so we decided, well, we know our values, our principles, we know that we are talented, opportunistic, and resourceful, and we went out to find a development team who would share our values and work with us as freelance development. So we put that project in place. It took us 14, 15 years before we got our permits, but we were up against, economic conditions in Chicago that were competitive, and so we prevailed. And we developed the Acme Artists Community, a 25-unit. Our intention was to be a cooperative. My intention was to use land trust as a mechanism to protect the future use and value assessment of the property. And it was enough for us to say artists should own their own space. We won on that argument. We lost on every other mechanism. So we became a limited equity condo association because that was how the city preferred to test an idea that they had. We were grateful for the subsidy because we wouldn't have been able to do it otherwise. But we were very successful in organizing our artists to participate in the design of this space. We had a very sympathetic architect who had experience in construction management, in renovating industrial space, and we created a lovely, durable, practical community, 25 units surrounding an inner courtyard. And that was 20 years ago. We're in the process of organizing Artists Design the Future. We're not just organizing, we started this. We planted this idea in 2017, and we're in the process of working with the city and community wealth building process in a whole new era of support and interest in collaboration for cooperatives, worker co-ops, community land trust cooperatives, as well as limited equity housing co-ops. So we're very pleased as opportunistic artists to kind of take advantage of whatever's on the plate right now and move forward in building more communities. purposeful in being intergenerational, accessible, that the eventual owners are part of the process. So I applaud, I look on a global scale of what everybody's accomplished, and I especially appreciate kind of the economic and political conditions that either stop or encourage projects. So I'm very thankful to be a part of this presentation today. Thank you.
Is this on? Is it on? It's on if I'm like that, okay. I need to be on. Yeah, I'm just gonna launch straight into the presentations, if that's okay. First of all, thank you. It was really interesting to see them presented in, in this chronology in a way, so good structure. But to see, first of all, from Yvonne, the housing in 1958, and then Valeria through the 1970s, and then into the 2000s with Christina. So what I want to first offer is some observations on that chronology as to what I see and sort of situate that in relation to neoliberalism. And then the second thing I want to do is ask just maybe one question to start off. So what I thought was really interesting is in the first examples, you mentioned neoliberalism, but in fact, the way in which the project is presented, there is no neoliberalism in this project. I'm talking about your first case study. Exactly. And so here we have an architect proposing a kind of modern idea of a way to live through various topologies. Then in the 1970s, this is still, I think, a little bit before the kind of emergence of neoliberalism, which we can date to the election of Thatcher and Reagan, maybe, in the early 80s. But here the architect in the not-for-profit is situated as part of an organization, right? And so we see the embedding of the architect into an institution rather than being presented as the person or the author of the project. This is my observation. Please feel free to correct me if I've got this wrong. And then in Christina's example, the architect's also embedded in the organization, I think you said, as an architectural team, which is just one of the branches, right? So this is like very interesting just as a phenomenon. It's not a critique, but it's a phenomenon. At the same time, the ways in which the projects are described, the way we get to the present, there's the emergence of data to make arguments, the emergence of timelines, organizational diagrams, the topic of affordability. And these are all techniques of neoliberalism. They come out of management culture, and here I'm referring to like a certain version of neoliberalism, which is a rationalization, you could say, of a way of operating in the world, and this comes from Wendy Brown, political theorist. So we have, in the way in which architecture is talked about, in the chronology, the adoption of just neoliberal terminology. Again, not a critique, it just shows to what extent it's become naturalized. I bring this up because I think the other important part of this is that this phenomenon is not necessarily always financial. In other words, it's a value system which can exist without an economic argument, right? So it's a way of being in the world that can be divorced from economics. Okay, so that's the observation, which, again, I don't want to say it's a critique, it just suggests to me the naturalization of that tendency. Now, what I thought was very exciting across the three presentations was that implicit and maybe irrespective of that, the argument I just made, there was something in there. Each of you seemed to be really interested in what constitutes the good life. So, for example, in Yvonne's presentation, you talked about, let me find the quote here. You know, of course, now I can't even read my own handwriting. You know, an idea about, yeah, you said a high quality of life. You talked about leisure. You talked about the social like outsourcing certain kinds of activities. Like that seemed to me to speak to, you know, an aspect of what makes a good life in a housing project. Or Valeria, you also, in one of your earlier charts, you know, talked about potable water, sanitation, social equality. I mean, these strike me as like fundamental to being a good, you know, fundamental components of a good life, for example. And then in Christina's case, you also talked about the role, and each of you did this as well, but the importance of the public and the neighborliness of the projects. So that for me was super exciting and kind of, you know, very important to think about in terms of housing. So my question is then, how do you see the role of the architect, irrespective of how they're embedded in an organization or if they're an author, shaping some notion of the good life in a project, you know, in architectural ways? If you could talk through like the implication on plans, public spaces. That was long, but that's it.
If we go chronologically, I can start. Thank you for those really nice observations, and it's very nice to hear about your work. I would love to visit that at some point. Anyhow, I love the framework of what constitutes a good life, especially kind of in the framework that Alexander has put for us. I mean, I think what I tried to say is what constitutes a political life that is a good life. And they have to be coupled together in order for that to happen. In the case of the architect, I mean, in my case, I presented you with two cases. One of them, you must have heard about it if you're in this room. Arquitecto Mario Pani, he's one of the main, in our canon, one of the main faces of modernist architects. The other one, you may not have heard about it. Architect Enrique Ortiz Flores and his team, including Uruguayan Tito Acuña. So one of them was well-known, well-established, part of the elite that close to the authorities, you know, really actually, interestingly enough, about like the first welfare state case that I show you, Mario Pani, like the case that I show you typologically, you have a combination between high-density towers and houses. Mario Pani didn't believe in houses. Like he wanted to do only towers, only multi-dwelling towers. And it was his relationship with an institution that demanded something different that he came about. So I think in the first case, it was really a kind of like a case, the kind of the stable case of a privileged architect in a privileged space, nevertheless incredibly talented and able to understand a social institution and transforming that. On the other case, Enrique Flores Ortiz and Tito Acuña and their team, they were, at the moment, they're really involved with international organizations, NGOs, operating at a policy level, but they really believe in the social production of spaces that have to be designed collectively. So that design came about by the architect really retreating the expertise. I remember this quote from Enrique Ortiz Flores, who said, I learned, I came to Palo Alto thinking I knew everything, but I realized, you know, like I actually learned from Palo Alto. So that would be kind of like, I mean, I think in any case, the architect has to retreat. For that constitution of a good life, And I think we saw it in many cases, like the involvement of larger constituencies, whether that is the institution or whether that is a larger kind of organized social body. The architect is one of them. And I think really it was like the one of them that made then perhaps that political life possible, which is that, but I'll pass it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your intervention. Thank you for the presentations and for the answer too. Not for the question, not a short answer. For the what about the good life, the good living. I think you had good living when you have your rights covered, and it means not only physical conditions, of course, water, sanitation, and so on, but not only physical conditions of housing, but also having time to do what you want, leisure, enjoy, and the same, and economical stability, social, psychological, and so on is complex, but mainly. Yes, economically, I think the economically dimension is important because, and we say many times that housing, physical housing, is not the answer. It's short in answer, because if you have covered your housing, but you have to work 12 or 15 days a day, it is not a good living anyway. So. Good living is made by the confluence of a whole of dimensions. And for example, in our country, we can say we are more or less advanced at housing policies. We are not advanced at working policies. For example, working instability is one of our main problems. As well as the rest of Latin America's condition, as you may know. And well, then for about the role and linking to that, the role of architects, I think architecture is a discipline with so diffuse limits that the architect can collaborate and can be inserted in any of these dimensions mentioned beforewards. As they say in the tables yesterday too, from making policies, planning, and from to the more smallest scale also, and from designing well-designed spaces to promoting values among groups and social working too. Working for cooperatives, for example, one of our roles is to be a technical server, for example. Many times the groups know perfectly what they want, so what we do is to turn it into physically and technically appropriate meanings and structures, bioclimatical, served and efficiently as possible, and so on. But many times the groups know what they want, so what we do is to lift their values, and I think that is one of a possible role for an architect to be inserted in the society. We have many tools to collaborate. I think that it is not working anymore. It's this thing of coming with closed solutions to solve the people, the societies, but on the inverse, it is to listen to what the society asks and then put our tools into this service, okay, more or less.
Well, about the what a good life is. Sometimes from Lacan has a kind of a quote from John Turner, which I think is the third law from John Turner, said like the importance of a house is what it does in the middle of the dwellers, not what physically is. And this is something that for us we have always in mind, no? Like to really understand the instrumentality of architecture, but not as a kind of the final outcome. And I think that basically if for us, when you talk with someone in La Borda and you ask what they feel or what they like about living there, for example, is this idea of the control of, they are having the control of the environment, of the unit. This is giving kind of safety, stability. And of course, I think in a moment where we used to live every time more and more isolated and automatized, like in smaller units, this sense of belonging is really, really important. And the second issue that they talk about, it's the comfort that they have in La Borda. So sometimes it's about how they are feeling there. For example, the energy comfort that they have is something. So I think that these different levels of comfort, from the physical, not physical, is something that for us it's it's a good life. And this is something that I would say that the responsibility to decodify in a way these values, it's important. I think that sometimes when you start to discuss with people the market values about what a home is, which are kind of the, I don't know, sometimes it's about kind of the equipment, the layerings, the fin, so something that it's not kind of important at all. So sometimes it's the responsibility that we have also to really challenge these thoughts, to really present certain arguments, and I think that at the end, these spaces of discussion allows that, no? Yeah, I don't want to be long, maybe.
Just to insert some ideas, because I like this notion of control of the inhabitant that you're bringing up, and it seems to be also that what is part of that is self-construction. That the future inhabitants construct the building, which is in the U.S. is sort of unheard of. And so I just wanted to bring this up because it seems that there are really different stages or different amounts or levels of engagement, from almost the wholly self-construct where the architect does the plan and works out the plan with the community, but then it's really the community that builds it, to, I think in your example, right, where of course there's the framing, the building of the framework, the structural framework, but then you're saying that the infill is done by the inhabitants to some extent. And I mean, it goes back to the discussion of affordability, right, to make the project affordable, but I guess it's also a way to engage the inhabitants at a level where it is becoming sort of their building. And it's a kind of maybe deeper relationship to the, and of course one could frame this as, well, that is labor that also a union could do. And so I think like how to, I guess one argument against it would be to say like, well, but that's often actually the moment where it becomes actually very bland in the neoliberal market, because everybody essentially thinks about resale value, and therefore every countertop, every kitchen, every looks essentially the same. But if it's the interior that people actually start thinking and rethinking how they actually want to live, then that maybe destabilizes that convention. So I just wonder if you could also talk about the level of self-construction that I think is really quite interesting and utterly different from anything that is here in the US.
Well, I think you know much more than me in self-construction, but I will say at least our experience. I have to say that it's something that sometimes we discuss about that. I don't have a really clear kind of opinion, I would say, or that I think something that can change. In the case of La Borda, it was basically economical measure that we decided to do. So we could, so we had a really small budget lower than with social or public housing. So, and we wanted to really invest in the structure. So it was a mechanism to really generate kind of a good skeleton, and then this idea of the infill, which of course allowed the personalization, the adaptation. At the same time, to even discuss now if something can be a bit different or adapt. But I think there is an issue about insurances, about time, about capacities and skills, that not every community is able to do it. So there is other communities where they don't feel that they have these capacities. And I think it's something that it's there. We understood that the major level is the self-development that they are doing. So they are being involved in the development process, and there is the possibility to build or to be also involved in the construction, but definitely they will be really involved in the management. So the self-construction itself, I think it's a tool that can enter as a tool, but sometimes it's not possible. And always, it's also about the times. So the time of construction is something that it's also complex because they are long process, and it's important to reduce as much as possible and enter living there. So that's why also it's being used in specific parts of the building that also allows to build it through time, which maybe it's different from in your case, no? But I think it's powerful, but has to be aware as from our side about how we do the design, the details, and how the skills are took place, no?
Well, about self-construction, it is a great challenge for the people who go on for this kind of projects, because it's, well, as I said, they have to work with a minimum amount of hours weekly in the construction site. People who have never entered a site. So what we do first.
That is in order to be part of the community, it's a kind of requirement.
Yes, it's a reglementary requirement. Yes, the minimum is 21. Then some cooperatives bid for more. We advise, hey, look out, because it's a lot. Because besides this self-construction, they have to make self-management. So they make buyings commission, provisions commissions, and the safe inside commission, and so on, to look out and to share, to look for the prices, to buy the materials. We guide them for that, to do those tasks, but they are who do those tasks, who find the providers, the materials. We look out for the conditions, for the qualities of the materials, and so on. Well, you look at this. Well, this is the best for this case, and so then. But they do all the self-management. And for the self-construction, it is these 21 hours distributed along the weekly working. They are assisted by the constructor manager and an equip of more or less 5 to 8 operators who help them and teach them to learn the minimum tasks and detailed tasks and make the first control quality in the building site. We as architects go to the site and are with them weekly, once, twice, and look for qualities for the tasks and tell them how to do them. But the main person there is the construction manager, who is the whole day, the whole working day from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. with them there. People is at least minimum 3 hours a day in each turn. They can go 5 days, 3 hours, or 1 day, the whole turn, the whole day. But they have to be when the manager is there in the building site, so they can be taught the tasks and they can be controlled of quality and so on. And so this person, the construction manager, is a very important figure, a very important person in these processes. Not all construction managers are for these kind of jobs because they have to be patient to teach, like to teach, and change of sometimes 50 persons in the working day with a fixed team also. Mainly it's that way. We, previous to the start of the building period, make some instances to tell theoretically how it's gonna be. We recommend the groups to visit other cooperatives in building process, so they can help the other cooperatives and have a first experience of what it is about. So they sometimes go on Sundays or Saturday previous to the building start, and they work. But that's something we recommend. But each group decides if it takes the previous experience or not. So sometimes get with some previous experience, many others not. But more or less in Uruguay, everybody knows what it's about to work in. Also the amount of energy needed to work in a cooperative.
Yeah, I love that question of what does it mean to build these communities, and I would like to take your question not just from a material perspective, but also from a social perspective. I mean, yes, the construction system is incredible. Like the case of Uruguay, is fantastic. I mean, like for example, one of the first when in the 90s, I remember like when the Mesa projects were started, Uruguay consolidated literally kind of like mini factories that were all the doors, you know, of 5 different complexes were made self-built in one place. All the windows in another, bricks were made. You know, that kind of like collective sharing and yet, you know, gathering efforts, it's really important. But really, and in the case of what I spoke about, Cooperativa Palo Alto, it was, you know, it was the same. It was actually the construction model actually learned from the Uruguayan case. Tito Acuña came to Mexico from running away from the dictatorship. And that's, you know, like there is at the core of the cooperative movement a shared knowledge that goes beyond borders, that is international. You know, as soon as you approach someone, they want their movement to expand. So that sharing of knowledge is really important. But what I really want to say with the idea of like, what does it mean to build differently in the material perspective is that I think what it's really doing is that it's controlling the means of production, right? So I'm sorry to be the Marxist in the room, but really, but really that's what it's doing. It's controlling the means of production. It's saying the market will tell you how much you pay for one brick. If you break that chain, and you know that a brick is made with certain composites, with sand, with that, and not only that, if you break that in smaller tasks where you can involve the whole community, that you're breaking completely the industry, the construction industry, and that's really what made a lot of these projects possible. So I personally think that was, and for example, in the case of the role of the architect that you were talking about a moment ago, I think precisely because of the share of knowledge internationally, there's a long history of self-construction that goes back to Turner in Peru, right? Very different, incredibly different, more top-down. Self-construction can also be very top-down. And it's happening today, but the cooperative model is really about kind of understanding the production system against capitalist production. And I think that's really what makes the difference. But yeah,
I'd like to add, thank you for your intervention. It's very interesting what you said. I'd like to ask to that point that cooperatives are not free from the market and neoliberalist and individual terms of culture. We are globalized. It is a movement that goes towards other sides and pursuing other kind of values, of course, but people is inserted in all this. So yesterday, Cristina was asking some things about the system. The system is filtered with the same human things that everything has. It isn't something perfect, and it isn't something isolated from the rest of the world. So it is, let's say, contaminated by our rest of things.
We're running a bit late, but maybe if you have some comments, and then we open it up for maybe 2 questions or so.
Yeah, just short comments. The architectural design of a cooperative social living community is incredibly important, and things like courtyards or how the units are positioned that increase communication amongst residents, that offers security for everybody that lives there, and community space outside of common areas. And there can be a lot of overlap if it comes to a creative design. But I think the architect can play an incredible point in pre-development by hosting charrettes that aren't just about design, but what are the problems in community and placement, in financing, in construction materials, and being energy efficient. You can't address all of that in one session, but I think that the architect, amongst kind of the thinking about cooperative development, can address all of those issues early in the design and play an important part in the building systems.
I just wanted to play, thank you for that. That was great. I just want to play devil's advocate here and ask, could you do what you do without an architect? No. So the follow-up question is, what does the architect bring to the table that can't be done by other people?
You know, as you're asking this question, I remember that there was an architect, correct me if I'm wrong, it was an architect that was, that set in place the law that you talk about, like that actually wrote the first draft of the law, Ley 13,728, 13,728, was first drafted by an architect. After the experiments, like after the first initial phase of experiments, I do believe that art has a lot to contribute to this. That there is a certain kind of a spatial reading of a social and political situation that allows them to have certain roles. Is the role drawing? Is the role, you know, like the different? Is it working? Oh, sorry. I think it's the hierarchy of those values, and I mean the question of like, can this work? This going up and down. Can this work? Can this be possible without an architect? No, but at the same time, we have to acknowledge that these projects start without an architect, and that's really important. All these projects start by social organizations. They start like, you used the term a moment ago, cooperatives. There are cooperatives information that have been information claiming land for 20 years before they can actually approach an architect. What happens in those 20 years before they even set the stone, on a piece of land are really, really important. So by the time the architect arrive, and I think that's what changes the whole hierarchy of values and expertise, they know each other. The community knows each other because they've been working together for a very long time. And they can work together, they can build together, they can make bricks together. So that's the whole kind of thing, the temporality, what you were saying, it takes a long time. The temporality of all the projects we presented doesn't have the same temporality as a market. Most of them are spent fighting for land. Fighting for land is the first precondition of what makes this possible, the legal framework. And then, the architect really comes later. And it comes at the end. And when it comes, because the social bonds is so strong, it really has to level up. But it does come with a lot of expertise, and I think, I'm actually kind of like an advocate of architects being part of this. Because, for example, the task of breaking a house into smaller components that can be self-built, that's important. That's really, really important. Or the task, for example, in the case of Cooperativa Palo Alto, the one I was talking about, it was actually one of the first incremental housing in Latin America. It was not Aravena. And it was as a result of the architect speaking with the community and understanding what it means to have a house that looks like your neighbor. Do we want that? It was a matter of all the houses, for example, that I presented to you from Cooperativa Palo Alto were all the same. It's like, in many cases, these projects that look equal, that look the same, they are stigmatized. This is completely the opposite. They wanted a design that looked the same because they knew each other, and then they wanted the increment. That's how incremental housing came about.
We have to also open it up, and you can use the questions maybe to answer. I think the discussion is super interesting and enormously productive, and I think I know exactly where you're coming from, Penelope. I wonder if one can also turn this around. The way I see Valeria saying, well, we actually give the specifications of the bricks and then they go out and buy it and bring it back and then we teach them. To me, it sounds like a really the architect is quite powerful in the sense that, which comes with a lot of responsibility because it can also be misused. But in fact, it sort of cuts out the general contractor, which we know in the US has entirely taken over since 1900, the construction industry, but also hiring architects, actually. And so, to me, it's also a model that if one sort of thinks of this, what this could mean for the US building industry, I think it's really productive. And to me, it's not the lessening of the power of the architect, it's actually the increase of the power of the architect with a lot of more responsibility. Now, some might not like that, the added responsibility. No, it's actually quite good that there are contractors and then subcontractors, and I can draw. But taking that on, taking that responsibility is also a way to no longer being able to point fingers, which I think is quite different from a lot of social practice architects here in the US, where it is kind of community engagement, and often, the design is not as important, maybe. And one can sort of say, well, the community sort of decided this. The examples that I see here it is the architect's responsibility. And if something goes wrong, you cannot say the collective sort of did that or did that wrong, because you gave the specifications, and so it comes with enormous responsibility. But that's my two cents to this. Maybe we can open it up, and then as the questions come back, we can take another 5 minutes, and we just have a really fast lunch.
One of the things, so I'm actually a part of Artist Design the Future with Laura, and what interested me also is the idea of how the self-determination of building the buildings yourself affects affordability as well. However, myself being a lifelong Chicagoan, knowing about the Bloomingdale Artist Building development and how Chicago, specific, being this union town, where it's very difficult to get around kind of constructing things on your own. How the affordability is addressed, because I heard it, I believe, in your project where it was just basic build out. I know the same thing at Bloomingdale Arts Building, but it was also intentional because it was for creatives, so they could kind of finish the build out, just get it enough so that it's compliant, and the proper protocols were followed for the contractor and hiring them, and then allowing the occupants, the owners, to build out the rest themselves as a way to also affect affordability. So just kind of a general question around what kinds of thoughts went into either the architectural design or the community conversations around how to make these and keep them affordable through design and construction.
Come closer. Okay. Well, about this.
Maybe even closer. I don't know. Sorry.
This one. Okay. Well, about this architect role, and well, besides what Alexander said, that it is completely true. We are responsible of the building with all those characteristics. I want to add what she said, that architects as persons in the social drama, we can be values generators also, and in where areas it is the area, the development area of working of the person. And this kind of process, working with groups and with people, not only the design maker and technical compliance monitoring could be, when you go to the architect as a service of the market, maybe yes, the architect can last and late in many times, but on social building processes, as you were saying, it is a social building more than a physical and material building, and the architect itself can be herself a promoter and promotion of these values. In fact, in our organization where work, the team who makes development and education of the groups when they first come, 1, 2, 3 persons who want to make a group, the persons who receive those persons are both an architect and a social worker. It's a team of 2 disciplines, 2 persons, but then there, from the very beginnings, the architecture is implied there. The mindset of the architect is implied. The first steps the group gives are more juridical and notarial, this constituting the law person and constituting the group, but from the very beginning they are looking for this land and starting to talk about what they want for the houses or for the group. So that is why the main promoters of this group are always 1 architect and 1 social worker, at least in this organization. And so then during all the process, there are architects and social workers guiding this towards the making of the decisions, the building of information, the building of the decisions together. The groups are many times diverse and some want this thing, some others want that other, and so there is a role there to provide information so they can discuss and take their decisions. And they many times bring new ideas, what we take and work on the projects and so on. So it is a complex role and a complex work there. And for the last this Vivema, one of the architects who were working with this group, well, there were many, but one of those were going with the group to the municipality, to the catastro, to the sites, accompanying the group to fight for this land. Besides, in the Cooperatives Federation, there is a group of professionals assisting them from the side of the federations, and there are architects implied there.
Thank you, Valeria. I have maybe one more question from the room, and then we can.
I actually shout, so I mean I don't really need that, but.
You're on the record.
All right. So yeah, thank you so much for this incredible panel. To respond to Yvonne and going up with Valeria, I feel that to transform a house from a commodity back to an used value, you have to build it. And I think housing, is a bad term here. I think I would really move it to dwelling. Dwelling is an action that you have to do it together with other people. Inevitably, it's very hard to build alone. And also go back to the the first panel yesterday when Martino, but also B+, were talking about capacity to deal with the economy of materials. So I'm really going back to Valeria's point. Like, I think we need more architects because that's expanding not only the material economy, but also the immaterial economy of knowledge. In other words, you need to have, there should be more architects as organizer, as Giancarlo De Carlo, Anders Meyer, or many other people would say, that could move this education beyond the school to the city itself. And so what architects are doing there is really that, right? They're trying to somehow share their knowledge and make people, empowering other people to understand how to build this. And so people really start to take care of their building, not simply because they share a corridor, but because they know exactly how the corridor works. They exactly know where the pipes are. And if something goes wrong, everybody's responsible for that. And if something is totally, could be repaired, somebody in the building exactly knows where things are. And again, go back to the previous panel. My question would be, is this a possibility to reimagine? So I love cooperatives, and I think these are incredible islands of hope within urbanization. I'm wondering if from the cooperative, we can imagine a different system of also supply. So going back to the brick, is there the same process we can do with the factory itself? Like, can we emancipate also the production of brick? Can we emancipate also other sort of production? So it's not only the dwelling, so putting people together, reivindicating land, building the building, but also can we go back even further back? And so the architect comes even earlier, not at the end, comes even earlier because he knows they know exactly where the supply starts and where are the materials, and then also the extraction industry begins. So are there experiments in Uruguay where the housing doesn't stop in the building, but actually becomes at the beginning? So while people are struggling for the land in those 20 years process, are the other 20 years process to emancipate the brick production or the concrete operations or, I don't know, the timber or, like all the component of the house? Are those processes also active? Because I think that would be incredible, almost like a parallel economy that could be generated. Thank you.
I agree.
I'll try to be shorter so they can talk to.
But it's good to.
There are experiences. I don't know if the same cooperative in the previous period of building the bricks and so on, but yes, making courses, for example, of how to make components and how to mount components there in the building. And yes, there are experiences of working cooperatives. We were talking yesterday about Argentinian experience, Sin Patron, of bankrupt industries which are taken by the operators and then made cooperative working. In Uruguay, there are cases of this, and some of them related to building industry. So many times the components cooperatives provide building cooperatives, and then when we are living in the coexistence after we move in. Yes, there are sharings or cooperative for supplies, consumption, everyday items, and so on. There are consumption cooperatives too. So it is a higher network, yes.
But you mentioned the building side as a school rather than, I don't know, leading a group of architects to build a dome and then fighting all of them because they were asking for more money.
Well, yes. Yes, it could work as a school. Many times people, after taking this period of 2 or 3 years building, they go and work on the building industry. Or many, after acquiring these abilities, they are contracted for other cooperatives to make the administration. So this period is, yes, it's a course of abilities which many of them capitalize them after, or promote other groups and so on. Yes.
Great panel. I know. Otherwise, we cannot have another another panel, so we really have to stop here. I'm sorry about this. We will meet back here at 1:30, but we will start at 1:30. We really have to, because otherwise we're not going to get the rest of the schedule done. Please be back here. Thanks for the panelists. Fantastic. Sorry about this.
Hello. Quick question. Someone left their bag in the lunchroom. Do you happen to know? Oh, yours. Okay. Just want to make sure it got to the owner. You're good.
Thank you.
Good. All right. I will keep this short, this introduction, just to be able to change the room for the roundtable that follows right after. This is about panel 5. It's titled Organizing and Advocating, which includes presentations that outline how collectivism might productively interface with the world of housing, be it through tactics of the residents that amend buildings in order to fit their needs, or the act of self-construction, as we already heard in the previous panel, embarking on a kind of shared building and future for life, or the creative public policies interventions that might support alternatives to the for-profit housing model. To introduce the speakers, Christopher Hawthorne, who is the senior critic at the Yale School of Architecture with a secondary appointment in English, also a regular contributor, as you might know, for the New York Times and the New Yorker and other publications. He's also the former architecture critic for the Los Angeles Times, and from 2018 to 2022 served as the first chief design officer for the city of Los Angeles. I almost said Chicago, but that was maybe in the back of my head that this is actually a really quite good model for cities to bring design and expertise in architecture into the conversation. Lucia Lotufo is an associate at Usina, I'm always saying that wrong, a collective of architects that provides leadership, advice, training, and support to community-led housing projects across Sao Paulo and throughout Brazil. She graduated with a degree in architecture and urbanism and conducted her postgraduate degree in management and technology of building production at the University of Sao Paulo. And we will start with a lecture by Labib El Mumni, who is an architect based in Casablanca, Morocco, and a doctoral candidate at the Chair of the History and Theory of Urban Design at the ETH in Zurich, Switzerland. He is co-founder of MAMA, an NGO dedicated to researching, archiving, highlighting, preserving the modern heritage of Morocco, and its, I would also add, its rich history in collective housing. Please join me in welcoming him to the podium. There he is.
Okay. Can you hear me? It's good, right? Of course. I have my own timer as well. No, I put 15 minutes, so I know when I have to, rush. Yeah, thank you so much, Alexander. Thank you to the school. I mean, it's amazing to be here and also to share with you my experience, and it's been super helpful also, and kind of a lot of lessons from yesterday's conversation. And it's really interesting because it connects a lot with the question that we had yesterday about what's the role of an architect, and especially is how is the architect, when the work of an architect starts and when finishes at some point. So, so today I am presenting to you not really the work, let's say the more NGO work that I'm doing at MAMA, but it's more about this collective housing 2 case studies that we've been studying for a long time as Casablanca people, as also architects and students even at some point. So yeah, I mean, just to give you some background, so Casablanca is a city that was, what you see here is the plan of Henri Prost in 1915. And the idea, of course, it was in a colonial time, so it was really like in this thought of how urban design and urban planning worked at the time, which is basically about this idea of segregation between the colonizers, let's say, and the locals. So here you have the area where it's called even the European area, where only Europeans should live in it. And here you have the Medina, which is the old town, that actually is lived by the locals. And of course, there is this new zone that was built by the French protectorate. It's called also La Nouvelle Ville Indigène, which is like the indigenous town, let's say. So what is really striking is the fact that in terms of density, in the European zone, you would have only 15 inhabitants per hectare, and in the Medina, in the old town, you would have something around 1,290 inhabitants per hectares, which is basically 12 times more. So that made Casablanca at some point a city very attractive. So Morocco, you see the map where Morocco Fez was the capital before French then decided to put it into Rabat, which is the actual capital today. And Casablanca was very important. It was called Anfa at that time. So we can see the difference between both maps, where you see Casablanca now taking over, let's say, the economy, taking over the importance as a city that is actually that will be changed forever. And so that's, of course, is due to the port, where all the extractive goods, let's say, would go to the port and then travel to the world. So that's why Casablanca, without its port, maybe would not have been Casablanca that we know today. So the activity, the economical activity, brought, of course, a lot of people to work, a lot of people to labor force, let's say, people seeking for economical, advantages and so on. So they come and they didn't find where to live because it was, the Medina is really kind of a castle, really like limited, you cannot expand it. And the new indigenous town is also very small in terms of superficie. So they started building what we call bidonville. And apparently this word of bidonville in French, which is the translation of slums, apparently this bidonville, it was like for the first time used in history by a French journalist. I don't know if we have to be proud of it as like Casablanca invented this word or not, but it's really the case in a way. So we have bidonvilles like this, not hygienic, not actually super dense, and people would just stay in the industrial zone close to where they can work. So here we come, an architect, an urbanist, Michel Ecochard. So this guy came in Morocco in 1946, and so he started really to think and tell basically the administration, the French administration, that we have really for the 35 past years, we have forgotten about Moroccans. That's exactly what he said, literally. And so he said, it is now time to really start thinking about how to make housing for the locals, more housing for the locals, because Casablanca is expanding from a city that went from 25,000 inhabitants in 1907, that it would expect to be 650,000 inhabitants by 1950. So his proposition was to eradicate the slums that are situated in these zones, in the peripheral, of course, as you see. So, of course, we cannot live in the European city. We cannot live no more in the indigenous town. So the only way is to live outside the city, and so that's when the start of the slums. So today, I am focusing on two case studies. One that is called, and a very famous one, it's called Carrière Centrale. Today, it's Hay Mohammadi. This is where I was born and raised. And then you have in the west of Casablanca, Hay Hassani, which is also a very interesting case study. So I am really trying to give you here the, let's say, the story behind Casablanca's most famous, let's say, housing project. But it's more also about the fact that the project is not really from 1946 to 1950, it's also until today, because there are transformations until today. So maybe the architect work finished by 1950, but then the inhabitants' work started by 1950 to really make their house a home. So here you find a schematic diagram of Michel Ecochard showing that actually for 9,000 inhabitants, this is what we need as public facilities. So EcoChar was aware in a way that actually housing projects would not work, would not function without public facilities. So that's the diagram that summarizes it a bit. So that's information number one. Information number two is how to build for those people. In general, those people came from the south, came from the east, came from very, very far away from Casablanca, and they came from architecture that looks like this, architecture that you see in the south of Morocco, architecture of adobe, architecture of local materials, but also architecture of the Medinas that are really very dense, but then very ecological in a certain way, because it respects the kind of natural ventilation, it respects the climate in a way that actually all the buildings are built with adobe or stone, or, I mean, local materials. So this is the idea of Michel Cochard to try to be inspired by this, and he proposed this, which is La Trame 8-8, so 8 per 8 meter grid. And in this 8 per 8 meter grid, he would propose like 2 rooms. He would propose also what he called the patio or the courtyard, and this is the space that for him would be like a communal space, but also this is the space that in a way communicates with the Medina in Fez or Marrakesh with all these patio, because in the Medinas, houses are closed from outside and they are open inside actually. So this idea proposed was duplicated in a way somehow, and so that's how it was connected. So 8 per 8 meter inhabitants. And here you can see kind of a visual narrative that shows the differences in between the last tissue and the new tissue. And this was part of Siam 9, where Morocco was presented and was represented as GAMA, Groupe des Architectes Modernes Marocains. So Moroccan architects went there, actually one Moroccan architect, and the others were all French architects. So they were representing Morocco. So instead of showing this modern, white, super pure buildings that everybody is showing all over the world, Morocco has presented the problem of slums, and this is what we have to deal with, the problem of housing. So here you see the Kayak Central neighborhood, and in the words of EcoChar, for him, the neighborhood, the Kayak Central neighborhood, horizontal and vertical housing demonstrates the flexibility of the neighborhood's grid on which these different type of construction are located. And you can see in the picture what he called the horizontal city is the ground floor buildings, and the vertical city is what you see, the 3 buildings there. So it's part of an experiment, and this experiment was built by Atbat Afrique, to whom we have, of course, we know Joseph Woods, we know these architects who worked in Unité d'Habitation de Marseille with Le Corbusier. And so they come to Morocco and they start building and trying to understand how we can build a local type of housing in Morocco for Moroccans. And here you can see the section that shows the ventilation, the light coming in and so on. And so that's what he proposed. And in the end, we have this. So far away, you could see actually the slums that were organized. So he called that step as a step of ameliorated bidonville, so it's actually like more controlled in a way. And here you see the new typology, the ground floor housing, and also the 3 buildings built by Atbat Afrique between 1953 and 1955. One thing that is left out of the historiography, when all the historians, especially Western historians, looking at this, the only, let's say the only argument would be, okay, we are building hygienic kind of housing and so on, but it is also very important to bear in mind that slums were the most difficult, most dangerous part of the city of Casablanca, because it concentrated a lot of density, so we could have revolution at any time. So part of making the grid inside the slum is also a part of like trying to get into the slums very easily. So that's very important to have in mind. And of course, these buildings were celebrated all over the world as the scheme, the most important buildings in the era of the 50s. And even Allison and Peter Smithson, they wrote that actually these housing are really the landmark, are really the example to follow. in a way that actually modern architecture is universal, but then it has to be acted local. We have to understand the local specialities and the local environment in doing architecture. And so these housing were in a way built very fast. And you can see here how the patio is used at some point. You can also see the buildings that are really ground floor, small houses. But one thing very interesting also is that those houses, as for the economy, were not that big in the end, because a family at that time in Morocco, the fertility rate, it would be something around 5 to 6 children per family. So you can imagine that this typology of housing is not enough for the people to live. So what they do is they start building above, and they start building themselves more floors. And so that is the photo of actually last month, and you can see actually today's configuration. So to bring you back a bit and to understand how it will work, it's like this. So it started with the first space, and then people started developing. And this is of course very important, because you go now from one family to more families. Because you should also, and it's very interesting also to see the differences in terms of cultural and also societal differences. In Morocco, you will not leave your house, your parents' house, until you get married. And even that, sometimes, if the family has the possibility to host you in the same house, well, you will not leave. So that's the thing, and that's what's happened actually in these houses, because then you have the parents who would stay in the ground floor or stay in the first floor, and then when some of the children get married, they will take over another floor. So it was very important and very interesting, kind of a new way of using the house. But the problem is, in terms of typology, is those houses were were connected to really tiny streets, and those tiny streets became actually spaces where there is no light, where there is no air coming in, because they are very, very small. I mean, we're talking 1.5 meters, even 1 meter of a street, which make it a problem. It might appear that it was really something done by spontaneously, let's say, but at some point, we have a Moroccan say that it says, whatever your neighbor do, just do as, you know? You don't have to wait, you don't have to think. So when it started by one, then the whole neighborhood started to be building, and at some point the government had to control in a way. So they put this permit, and you can see here like a modification permit that you can get from the municipality without an architect, without no one. Just like the technicians, the engineers of the administration would approve that, and you could go and build yourself. So it gives something similar to this. It gives something that is actually, that you can see that the identity of inhabitants are embedded now in the facades. It's also become a very interesting economical kind of revenue, because then, I mean, what we do is we don't live in the ground floor anymore. We rent it for like a shop or whatever, so we can get revenue, and then we should just live in the upper floor. So those people who were living in slums with very low income, now they have good income. So today, even, these neighborhoods are called middle-class neighborhoods, because those people now, they have income that actually lived for it for good. Oh my God, 15 minutes already. Okay, I have 5 minutes for the second case. Don't look at me like that, man. Okay, so so the terraces. So you can see actually that that the terraces are used in a different way, of course, and of course by building in height, it gives more communal space, and it gives also more interactions in a way. And come to finish with the first case study, what happened to these beautiful buildings is the fact that actually this, let's say, patio houses in a vertical way, they become completely shut down, because people would use that space. I mean, they're like, come on, I mean, this architect is crazy. What is these leftovers of space? So they started really building up in these patios or in these balconies. So it went from this to this, and today, I think it looks better like this today. So it's really painted and so on. But you could see you could see actually that it's very important the space more than even the aesthetic of a building. And this is something that maybe we have a tension between architects and the people using this space. So the second case study, and I'm going really very fast here. So the second case study, what's differentiate is that here, the architect, he is the first Moroccan architect to build housing in Morocco. This is his most large, biggest contract that started really his career. And what is very important, this is a different context. This is already independence. Morocco got independence in 1956. So these buildings were in a new agenda, this agenda of saying, okay, we have to build for our own people and we have to show that actually we can build ourselves because we are now independent. So this comes really in the same context in a way because it's also for slums inhabitants. And, but then what's really happened is the fact that in the plan of Elie Azaguri, he already canceled the idea of having small streets of 1 meter. So now those streets are 3 meters more, you know, and he also canceled the idea of making ground floor houses. He knew that it will be at some point configured in a height. So he started already by making them new offers of typologies of housing. These typologies of housing varied really in terms of form, but also in terms of density. But what is very interesting and genuine in Azaguri's scheme is in a very small surface, he would really get 8 families at once in ground floor and also in the first floor. I don't have the time to really go into detail in the scheme, but it's really interesting is that as a Moroccan living and designing for Moroccans, he already knew the idea of living spaces, how they should be configured, not in the European way, but more in the Moroccan way, let's say. And this is very much related to the panel we had yesterday about the hosting and all the living room, let's say. So that's the result of the houses. So it was built also between 1957 and 1960. And those houses, they look like this. So the idea of the patio was not completely erased. We are still having these houses with patio inside. You can see it actually in the left, right? And also, what he did, he already planned to have blocks, built on blocks, not only just these small houses. But then, as you can see, he didn't put any of the, let's say, empty spaces. All the balconies are now completely deleted from his scheme. It should be more, let's say, dense and using as space as he can. And also in this scheme, which I really, really like very much, you could see that the aesthetic of modernist architect, it's still there, but the understanding of how we do the plan is completely different. So this is how it looks in the 60s and 70s. So in a way, EcoCharge plans were really changed just like even like months after people got in. But here it really resisted at some point, but in the end it cracked as well because also the people will expand. And this is what you can see in, okay, I understood. So you can see in the public space how it was used. Those photos are really interesting and it shows you how the communal spaces that are left in the scheme are now used, privatized by the people themselves, hanging the clothes to dry, or even like having kids playing together inside and so on. So it became really something very interesting. And of course, the idea of the terrace is very important. And when we don't have a terrace, then you are exhibiting your clothes outside. So that's something that is happening. But this is the pictures, new pictures that you can see. So very much, there was nothing for the people to do more. There were no space to acquire more. But the density was very important, and you can see it here in this picture that shows in red how all the posits were added by the people. Yeah, here again you can see the comparison between old and stuff. So this is how it looks today. And it's very interesting, the imprint that people would use, like really going from more white to, like, you see colors, you see the introduction of new features, you see introduction of new aesthetic, let's say. And also you could see how sometimes the window became an extension of space as well. And so I want to finish with, yeah, you could see also here in this picture how actually the order is no longer an order in terms of housing, but also the making of the housing becomes something participatory, like the people took the right to do it. I mean, they took their right to make their housings. They didn't wait to actually for someone to design proper housing, and this is very important. And today, this typology of architecture is very much celebrated, it's very much interesting, and this is what we call today l'autoconstruction, so people building by themselves, and it's really something that went from Casablanca to all over Morocco, and it's even celebrated by artists and rappers, for example. And here you can see a video clip of a very famous rapper in Morocco, and you can see in the neighborhood the people. So this is really in the neighborhood of Hay Mohammedi. So that's really the density you could see now from above. So that's how a house became a home. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I would like to thank you for this amazing event, especially Alexander, who made this all happen. Thank you for having us. And it's also a huge pleasure to share this, it's not the table anymore, but with Valeria, representing Uruguay. What you did there played a huge influence in social housing organization in Brazil, and especially in São Paulo. So, in 1980, Guilherme Coelho, this man in the picture, is an engineer. He went to Uruguay and filmed the cooperatives with a Super 8. And then he came back to São Paulo and he visited some communities around the city to show what was being done there, claiming people to organize themselves to fight for public housing and self-organization. And then the first mutual aid self-managed organization for housing construction was initiated in Brazil, in São Paulo, as we call Mutirão. It's called Mutirão Vila Nova Cachoeirinha in northern region of São Paulo. So these are some pictures, some frames from the movie, and on the right are some pictures from nowadays that Zé Baravelli, who is a Usina associated, took for his thesis. So this exchange with Uruguay continued over the years after the democratization in Brazil. And I think the most important thing we couldn't do in Brazil that you did in Uruguay is implementing the collective ownership of the houses. In Brazil, we don't even have the regulations for it. So, mutirão, as I said before, is a Tupi-Guarani word meaning reunion, to do a collective work. A way the natives would organize themselves to do like harvesting and construction for the community. And in Brazil, we often use this word to relate to a group work to help someone build their own houses. And we also use mutirão to name a group of organized families for construction. So I'm going to use this word a lot. So Usina was founded after these first experiences in 1990 as a technical consultancy to popular movements, acting to articulate processes that involve the ability to plan projects and build by the workers, mobilizing public funding in a context of fight for urban and land reform. So we understand that housing is a right and should be provided by the government for everyone, not only for the ones who can pay for it. We also believe that housing should be accessed in a collective way. So we work with the intention to overcome the strict commercial production of architecture, trying to integrate and organize alternative processes to the capital logic through social, spatial, and technical experiences. So, what we do? Housing is always produced by workers, and in a regular construction company, the labor is explored and the profit extracted through it. In this situation, housing is a merchandise, and this is the capital logic. In this case, architecture contributes to the capitalist profit. The projects are also a merchandise, and they are designed according to the private company interests. So, is there an alternative way? What if freely associated workers could participate on the design of their own houses, organize themselves to build, and then live on their own free associative product, the house? This is what Usina and self-management housing movements try to achieve. The structure is collaborative and the construction is self-organized, aiming organizational independence and to empower the workers to do a lot more than housing. So the movements and the population are always fighting for public funding, land and infrastructure, all socially produced richness. And Usina has a partnership with the popular movements and acting together on the fight for the state and funding. So a very quick Brazil housing situation. Brazil is a very unequal country, according to GES, which is a research group. The lowest wage sufficient for food, house, and culture should be around $1,300, but 70% of the population earns up to one minimum, I wrote two, but it's one, wage a month, something around $264. This means that most of the population struggles to pay rent and access good housing conditions, living in places with no infrastructure and very far away from the center city. Most of them don't even have the basic structure for living. When we see houses without like exclusive bathroom, external walls made with non-durable material, excessive densification, and excessive burden on urban rent. Also, the poorest people in Brazil spend a higher percentage of their income with taxes than the richest. And they don't have the access to cities' socially produced richness, such as infrastructure, urbanization, education, healthcare. And this is a very famous picture from São Paulo. On one side, we have Morumbi, that is a very rich neighborhood, and the other side, Paraisópolis, which is one of the biggest slums we have in São Paulo. So it shows a little bit of the inequality we have. So in Brazil, we have a big housing program called Minha Casa Minha Vida, very similar to the Mexican policy, I think. It was launched in July 2009 during President Lula's second term. So in this program, the government provides funding with low interest rates for constructors and buyers. The private construction companies buy the land, build and sell the units. So the government plays the role as a market agent, and its determination follow the bank logic system. So this program has acted in the way of restructuring the work on the construction sites, creating more productivity and a huge market sector. It has also changed how self-management works and how technical consultancy is going to do the projects from now on. For example, one of the main goals of Usina was to think about the logic, to think about the project in consonance with the construction, aiming to do a more rationalized project and construction. This used to guarantee what we would have, that we would have more productivity and build in a biggest area, spending less money. This is still a very important premise for the projects, but now we have to go beyond doing a highly organized and functional construction management to be able to manage more contracts in shorter periods. And most of the constructions under this program don't care about good architecture, creating good spaces, or even good construction. This is the difference when you have the families participating in the construction processes and with no profit interest. So, with this introduction of Brazil's housing policy situation, I will now present some of Usina's projects during the years. Copromo is one of the first buildings Usina made. The construction was from 1990 to 1998 with Associação Pro Moradia de Osasco, totalizing 1,000 families. So, this project was designed from the structural masonry block. The blocks were organized in a way that they perfectly accommodated in the dimensions of the room, and then the rooms were perfectly accommodated in the housing unit, which were later accommodated on the floor. So this way, the construction helps to improve productivity, decreases material loss, and improves workers' safety. And the biggest innovation here was the use of the metallic stair structure, which was the first thing to be positioned after the foundation. And this would help the achievement of level, square, and the material transportation and the workers' locomotion. And here are some pictures. So the use of the stair was improved and replicated in other buildings. This is Mutirão União da Juta. We did with the social movement called Leste So this is the stair again. And here is Paulo Freire, where it's from 2003 to 2010 with the same movement, Leste it was for 100 families. Here we were able, because of the dollar price, to make all the structure in steel. So the project was participative, and the mutirantes worked on the weekends to build the houses. They also created commissions to organize their own work, and it was an experience that helped us to create the model we have today with self-management construction in Usina. Here are also some pictures. So nowadays, Usina has 3 simultaneous constructions, 2 actually renovations, and 1 from the ground, who's called Mutirão Carolina Maria de Jesus. It's also with last June. The history of this mutirão goes back to 1990. The land was Coab's property. It's a municipality organization, something like that. And only after a lot of fighting, like 30 years of fight, the movement was able to conquer the property. And in 2016, and at the end of Haddad's government in São Paulo, the land was officially donated to last June. And this is the most central land that the movement has ever built, because it's close to the center city, and it's very close to a metro station, which is very rare in social housing buildings. So, after this, Usina and the popular movement last June started the project. Usina made a study of how many units it could fit on the land, and in this case, there were 227 families who were selected by the movement. After the family selection, Usina started the participative project processes. We don't have a special methodology for this process. We change according to the group, but basically we arrange a series of meetings and bring themes to be discussed. In each meeting, Usina draws what has been discussed and decided on the last meeting and brings it for approval. One of the discussions, for example, could be the size of the rooms. In Brazil, it's very common that the gathering of friends and families happens in the kitchen. So we usually make open and comfortable kitchens. But there are also people who would prefer the kitchen to be completely separate from the rest of the house. In this, if these people can convince the others that this is important, the house plan will be with a separate kitchen. So this is the building and the ground floor with a lot of different condominium and open areas. So in Carolina, we came up with 3 different typologies. One of them with 3 bedrooms for bigger families. We can usually make bigger apartments than the regular constructors, because the construction does not aims profit. The average square meter for these apartments is 57 square meters, while the market in the market it's around 45. So in 2019, the municipality started to develop its own housing program called Pode Entrar, which is very similar to Minha Casa Minha Vida. And this mutirão is doing with this program. So the contract with Coab, which is the regulator, was signed in September 2022, and the contract provides for the construction to last 18 months with a very low budget. So this is the construction self-management flow. What we understand as the self-management construction flow. We have the protagonists, the families, who are associated to the movement. They reunite once a month in an assembly, which is the maximum instance of representation. And then we have the construction coordination, the instance that take the daily decisions. It's composed by families, representatives, movement representatives, and Usina. We have we meet once a week. And for the daily construction, we have the construction management, who is also composed by people from the families, but they work every day in the construction. It's very, very similar to what Valeria was explaining about buying the materials and organizing the construction. Like we have here the buyer, the financial management, the security technique, and also Usina, who is daily at the construction site. So the Mutirão hires a contractor who brings his own workers during the week, and the families also help in the construction, but only on the weekends, and it's something like 5% of the construction made at the Mutirão, and the others 95 made by the workers during the week. So before the construction started, we worked to organize the families in self-management for the construction. So here we elaborated a regiment that established like how many days of Mutirão people would have to do in a month, among other rules to regulate the Mutirão. We also decided what commissions we would have, for example, accountability commission, construction monitoring, contract monitoring, and others for the Mutirão itself, such as cooking, childcare, and accident prevention. This is a coordination meeting. We were planning the 3 months before the construction starts with the representatives. So this is a picture of the assembly with the 200 families together, and here they are presenting the accountability of the first month of construction, if I'm not wrong. So here is the social work. I couldn't translate very well, I'm not sure, but we called social work. We have a meeting once a month where we discuss things like gender, racism, and other themes. These are some pictures from the Mutirão. They were doing the foundation of the building. Also some pictures of the Mutirão before the building construction starts. This is a structure we did back to 2016 to accommodate the assembly and to use the land, because if we didn't, we could have the chance to miss it. Another picture of Mutirão, and here is how the construction is going. This picture I took the week before leaving São Paulo, so that's it. On time.
You hear me okay? Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you so much, Natalie. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation to share some of our work. I spent nearly 15 years as the architecture critic for the Los Angeles Times, followed by 4 years in the Los Angeles mayor's office, working as the city's first chief design officer. This talk is about how a framework for understanding Los Angeles that I developed as a critic helped inform some of the work I did in the mayor's office, especially as it relates to housing policy. This photograph by Julia Schulman of the Stahl House by Pierre Koenig from 1960, one of the houses in Art and Architecture magazine's case study program, suggests the power of the idea that the steady state of Los Angeles, its basic urban unit, is the single-family detached house, in this case, a house that keeps the rest of the city at arm's length. This image suggests the power of the link between architecture and isolation and individualism, very much the opposite of our focus today on the collective in post-war Los Angeles. These ideas are equally powerful in artworks of the period. They eventually harden into the notion that the single-family neighborhood exists as a kind of infrastructure or macro-regional condition. Equally pervasive, especially post-case study, is the idea that the single-family detached house remains the city's most important or even sole locus for architectural experimentation and innovation, and that this innovation is primarily formal and material, as opposed to enabling new forms of domestic arrangement or definitions of the family unit beyond the conventional. So this is a house for Frank Gehry to share with his second wife, but it is still a single-family house despite all its apparent radicalism. In Los Angeles, even non-domestic landmarks take up this condition of detachment or even estrangement from the city at large in the post-war period. And enabled by freeway construction, whose federal subsidy is even more generous than that supporting the single-family house, an idea of a sprawling metropolitan region defined by distance and anomie begins to take hold, very much supported by Hollywood. Even the leading symbol of Hollywood and becoming the leading symbol of Los Angeles itself seems to embody the same detachment, to exist like Dodger Stadium or the freeway interchange in its own separate sphere of influence. The channelized Los Angeles River, wrapped in concrete in the 1930s to prevent flooding, also exists as this kind of territory. Part and parcel of an urbanism of estrangement and anomie is the pursuit of endless expansion at the periphery, for lack of density at the center can be enabled only by rapacious growth at the edges. This in turn is connected to the idea that growth itself is among Southern California's chief industries, something supported by even a brief glance at population figures in Los Angeles City across the bulk of the 20th century, with huge leaps in population in the 1910s, 1920s, and then in the post-war period. And yet, by the time I arrived in Los Angeles in 2004, there was already a sense that this version of the city had exhausted itself, and a significant shift was underway, an effort to reassert the idea of the public and to establish for Los Angeles a coherent post-sprawl, post-suburban identity. Voters in this period twice supported, by supermajority no less, massive investments in new light rail and subway lines across Los Angeles County. Another break in this period from pervasive definitions of LA urbanism is the rise of the climate crisis, which challenges the idea that an eternally benign climate is among Southern California's chief commodities, always being marketed and sold to the rest of the world. Meanwhile, the period I arrived in Los Angeles is also the moment when both the city and county population approach 50% Latino for the first time, a demographic milestone no more powerfully dramatized than in the massive immigration rights rallies of 2006, which I wrote about at length. Alongside that demographic shift comes for the first time in the modern history of Los Angeles a population that plateaus and even begins to fall. This is a phenomenon that has everything to do with housing affordability. Black families in particular begin leaving Los Angeles in search of more affordable housing in the Inland Empire and places like Arizona and Texas, leading to a decline in the Black population overall since 1980 of roughly 30%. So a certain narrative begins to establish itself, the city moving from a suburban to post-suburban condition. But this struck me fairly quickly as unsatisfactory. It turns out that many of the elements the post-suburban Los Angeles was working to add were in fact elements it used to have, often in enviable quantities in early modern Los Angeles in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and then lost, including a multimodal, walkable, vibrant streetscape and dense downtown core, a truly remarkable regional mass transit system in the form of electric streetcars, albeit one that was privately owned. The streetcar network was often expanded into unbuilt territory as a precursor to the rise of new residential subdivisions. Anybody who tells you that Los Angeles was planned around the car is mistaken. In fact, Los Angeles was planned around the arranged marriage of the streetcar and real estate speculation. And many of the new light rail routes I showed are reusing old streetcar rights-of-way. Pardon me. Here is that streetcar network overlaid on the present-day freeway map to give you a sense of its extensive reach. For reference, Santa Monica at left to Riverside at right is a distance of about 70 miles, 70. The Los Angeles River pre-channelization was the lifeblood of the city and provided the city's water supply until 1913. And pre-urban renewal neighborhoods like Bunker Hill downtown were dense and full of multifamily architecture. The links among housing density, walkability, and transit ridership that we are working to rebuild were in those decades firmly established. This Millard Sheets painting is among the clearest pictorial representations of this Los Angeles and its urbanism. This is a picture of a city that understands itself in vertical terms. Nowhere is this hidden history more vital than in residential architecture. This is one of several key early modernist multifamily experiments by Irving Gill. As a quick aside, I lived in a Gill project in Northern California just after my first child was born, and its architectural generosity and intelligence were arranged in all sorts of subtle and nuanced ways in support of social interaction and interdependence, to pick up on some of the comments from earlier today. This heritage arguably begins with bungalow courts around the region, also includes pre-war work by Schindler and Neutra. Schindler's own house on Kings Road, which he shared with Neutra for a time, was expressly an essay in communal housing and the idea of shared lent and borrowed domestic spaces. And so after a time in Los Angeles, it became clear to me that instead of the suburban, post-suburban binary, it made more sense to think of three distinct phases of LA's modern existence. A first LA between 1880 or so and World War II, a second LA that produced all the tropes the world is familiar with, running from World War II to about 2000, and a third Los Angeles emerging after 2000 and still very much in formation. Another way to put this is to say that the LA that the world knows, the LA of the single family house and the swimming pool and the freeway, is not eternal, but has a before and has an after. You can think of many elements of Los Angeles in this framework, which is, of course, reductive and covers only modern LA, but nonetheless has been useful for me in understanding the trajectory of the city and the politics of its built form. We had a first LA Olympics, a second LA Olympics, and are planning a third LA Olympics in 2028. The Los Angeles River had a first LA phase pre-channelization, a second LA phase, and we are now working to reintegrate it into the city in its third LA phase. The Hollywood sign itself began life advertising a residential subdivision, became a detached symbol of the entertainment business after losing its last four letters, floating entirely free from its earlier context, and now has a third LA incarnation as a selfie magnet extraordinaire. The question then is what form a third LA housing paradigm might take. It's important to pause here to understand one of the reasons beyond federal subsidy that the single family neighborhood was able to establish itself across the region in the decades after World War II. The multifamily tradition and innovative architecture expanded in scale by mid-century to include visionary examples such as Village Green, and then morphed into the form known as the dingbat, an inexpensive and quick to build apartment block typology that helped house tens of thousands of new immigrants to Southern California after federal immigration rules were relaxed in 1965. The mushrooming of multifamily buildings like the Dingbat, which were, by the way, decidedly communal in their own way, into low-rise neighborhoods prompted a terrible backlash in the form of slow growth legislation and a wave of downzonings that by 1990, as Greg Morrow has shown, placed an artificial cap on housing growth in Los Angeles. Our housing crisis, for all intents and purposes, begins here. That slow growth backlash is eventually fixes nearly in amber the LA zoning map we have today, with more than 75% of the residential land in the city zoned exclusively single family. This also manages to fix into hardened zoning the racial wealth gap created in part by redlining and other lending practices. Now, by the time I took a job in the mayor's office in 2018, Los Angeles had seen remarkable success incentivizing affordable units in larger buildings near transit through the planning department's transit-oriented communities program and other initiatives. But while there was growing support for housing density along major boulevards, the single-family neighborhoods, which, as you'll recall, make up the vast majority of our residential territory, remained off-limits, a special protected class. Accessory dwelling units had become legal statewide by 2007 and became a key part of our housing policy in LA City. But there was a hole in the housing donut in the range from 3 to 10 units. Projects at this scale are the cheapest to build on a per unit basis. We know another reason to focus here. Opposition to zoning reform at the state level in this 3 to 10 unit range beyond, let's say, one step beyond ADU density remains strong despite new attempts at reform in Sacramento, the state capital, which led to this set of conditions when I began working on housing policy. There was a stalemate on low-rise zoning at the center of LA housing debates. It was on the one hand all too clear that our zoning map was no model for 21st century LA from both an affordability and climate perspective, and yet support for the status quo was so entrenched that elected officials saw really no incentive at all to step into this territory, and that policy vacuum tended to be filled by really alarmist visions of what density would bring. At the same time, it's important to note that communities of color had good reason to be skeptical of top-down reform from public agencies, and significantly, opposition to state-level changes was strongest among LA area legislators. Now, I worked on a diverse number of housing initiatives while I was in the mayor's office, much of that work in the weeds of procurement language and design development for permanent supportive housing and emergency housing for those experiencing homelessness. But I want to focus today on the initiatives I led that were specifically designed to address this stalemate, this Gordian knot. Primarily a design challenge we developed called Low Rise, which was meant in essence as a kind of case study program, rethought for multifamily as opposed to single family architecture. The idea was to solicit proposals for new multifamily typologies that could tap into LA's rich multifamily history while acknowledging contemporary challenges like climate change, as well as other shifts. There were 4 categories soliciting proposals for projects in this 3 to 10 unit range. Importantly, we organized it in partnership with a series of research projects into housing economics and financing, led by the James Irvine Foundation and other partners. We commissioned graphics by a young artist named Charles Young. A key early decision was to do everything we could to avoid an unfortunate dynamic that sometimes prevails in design competitions, where outside architects impose utopian solutions from without on sometimes dubious local communities. We worked to flip that dynamic upside down by starting the process with community engagement listening sessions on themes including community land trusts, new models in affordable housing, and related topics. These informed our brief, and they became required viewing for any and all entrants to Low Rise. We also drew our jury members from the leaders of these sessions, and believe me, it really changes the dynamic of a jury for the better when you are hearing from tenants, leaders of community land trusts and affordable housing developers, in addition to architects and planners. Working with my colleagues in the planning department and other parts of city government, we made a point of incorporating in the low-rise guidelines reforms that were also being considered for inclusion in the planning department's new community plans. For example, the re-legalization of corner stores in low-rise residential neighborhoods like Boyle Heights. Our community engagement showed essentially universal support for this idea, so we made it a required element in one of our low-rise categories. This was an example of planning policy and this architecture initiative working in tandem. We received a staggering 380 plus proposals across the 4 categories, including the corners category. This imagines 8 to 10 units across 2 connected single-family parcels with the requirement of a retail or community space. This category also included ideas about sharing kitchens across units, a policy change we wanted to build support for. Another category asked entrants to reimagine famous single-family LA houses as fourplexes. This is even more affordable density than building 4 to 10 units. Transforming a single-family house into a fourplex can be done, according to some recent McKinsey research, for something like $85,000 per unit. The winner in this category reimagined the Schindler House as an agrarian collective. The fourplex category produced some of our most inventive thinking about shared and communal space and easements. And finally, the subdivision category winner took the city's miles of underutilized alleys as the new front yards for a 21st century LA typology. In addition to many more entries than we'd anticipated, we received far more media coverage and generated a broader and more productive public conversation than we ever could have hoped for. I also want to briefly share some of the work we did in expanding our support for ADUs, which have made up a solid 20% of new residential units in Los Angeles annually over the last 5 years. We developed a design pre-approval program for ADUs that brought attention to the dozen emerging practices that we invited to take part in our pilot for the program. And the initiative has cut the ADU approval process in our Department of Building and Safety from weeks to over the counter. Part of our goal in the low-rise program was to anticipate and help architects and others prepare for further reforms in state housing law. We included a fourplex category anticipating California's Senate Bill 9, which is now in the books. And those reforms have only accelerated in Sacramento. As has been typical, we expect we will continue to see significant housing reforms appear in California first before spreading elsewhere. Indeed, I was pleased to see this week that one of the financing reforms our partners at the Irvine Foundation called for in their research project accompanying low-rise was included in the Biden administration's new housing package. In closing, I thought I'd share some of the key lessons we drew from this work, some of which I hope might inform the conversation to follow. We have seen the stalemate give way in ways large and small, and the power of design in this context has been to facilitate a less contentious policy and political conversation, and significantly to help communities understand the benefits that zoning reform and new housing options can bring, as opposed to those alarmist visions, as I mentioned, including, importantly, support for multi-generational households, aging in place, walkable neighborhoods, etc. Rebuilding a productive sense of collectivity in housing will require support for a range of very specific policies and initiatives, which are both cultural and policy-based. I mentioned the return of corner stores and shared kitchens. Parking reform is hugely important here, and the success of the ADU program has helped across California, the expansion of community land trusts, other cooperative models. And I think it's important to not just focus on density and number of units, but also about flexibility and pointing out the absolute rigidity of the single-family zoning model. There is, it's important to say, a tension that's simply unavoidable between the urgency of both the affordability and the climate crises and the time it takes to build the kinds of coalitions that support zoning reform. As you can tell, we worked very hard to tailor this work to Los Angeles's own history, which I think is supremely important. At least in California, the key relationship is the nexus between state housing law and housing reform really happens at the level of state legislation, and then cities have the power to either implement or block that legislation as the case may be. So it's that nexus between state housing law and local implementation that has been absolutely central to this work. A lot of the benefits I've been talking about were clarified during COVID, it seems to me. Finally, it's important as part of this work to understand the history here and understand the power of the coalition that developed over many decades to put that single family status quo in place and protect it, and whose members continue to benefit from housing scarcity in Los Angeles. This includes council members, their staffs, land use attorneys, CEQA consultants, developers, and a really diverse group of no growth and slow growth activists across the political spectrum. As a result, this remains very much a political battle and a hearts and minds effort. And we see architecture having a key role to play in expanding this emerging pro-housing coalition. Thank you very much.
And currently is moving that research into design and realization to produce collective spaces in I think at least 18 neighborhoods that are most prominently represented under this list of most vacant lots. Kathleen Day is the senior project manager for preservation of affordable housing, which is a non-for-profit affordable housing developer, which I think goes across the US, but with a large footprint in Chicago. You two run the show.
Opening comments. Or questions to start. Okay, so I come at this with the handicap of having no background in design and unfamiliarity with the format, but I understand I'm supposed to talk for a couple of minutes, kind of situate myself, and then ask some questions. Is that right? Okay. So as Alexander said, and thank you for the invitation, by the way, my name's Kathleen. So POA, Preservation of Affordable Housing, is pretty self-explanatory, but I will emphasize that our bread and butter over the past 20 years has been to acquire existing affordable housing, rehab it, refinance it with the goal of preserving its affordability in the long term. And we've recently gotten more into new construction. Our calling card in Chicago is really the developments at 63rd and Cottage Grove, if you're familiar with that area just south of the University of Chicago, formerly Grove Park Apartments. And we're currently working on a couple of Invest Southwest projects. For my part, I come to this with a background in urban planning and an interest, really keen interest in looking at different contexts from around the world. I used to live in Casablanca. Habib and I were talking about that, so that was a real treat. I will say that one of the things that strikes me about this, I think, Christopher, there's some of the wording that you used was like, you talked about how we see ourselves. I don't know if you can see me, but the way that we see ourselves and how that plays into design and also policy and kind of what we think is most important and poignant. And when I look at the images that Lucia shared of this auto construction, or sorry, no, that was the term that Lahib used, but like auto construction, right? But like the volume of it is staggering. And the same for the housing in Casablanca, although it didn't originate in quite the same way, but and it just strikes me, and this of course is something that Christopher talked about, but the way that Americans see ourselves is very, very different. We're allergic to volume, and so we talk a lot about the housing crisis. In part of the housing crisis, an important part of the housing crisis, but not the only one, is just the production of units. And it strikes me in my work in Chicago and just hearing Christopher talk about all that's involved in trying to build buy-in to a slight change in the model that would slightly densify is kind of infuriating, actually. The public housing projects that were built in the post-war in the US were so poorly managed, and we like to think it's a design thing, but it's very obviously not just a design thing. But the image of those and the image of those being torn down is something that's going to haunt us forever, such that even if you're doing like a special plan development and we have a mandate, or we should have a mandate, to just build more housing, we're just never going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. And so we're kind of scratching at the surface and adding in all of the other priorities that, as kind of the nonprofit sector, the public policy sector, we're supposed to kind of do everything at once, which adds cost, obviously. And then, you know, long story short, we're building 60 units of rental housing for $50 million. So that's my gripe. And I also wanted to note that all the work that Christopher described in terms of getting buy-in and the extensive community engagement that's involved, and that's involved in a lot of the you know, these projects that we do, especially when they're new construction, there's a big design element. We want to do that correctly. It strikes me that we're kind of up against the dark side of that, which is the entrenched power of homeowners. Like that empowerment, that ownership is something that is directly responsible for kind of like the entrenched status quo that Christopher described. So when we're trying to get buy-in, you almost kind of long for the days of rationalist planning where you would just, you know, understand, don't take my words in the first degree, right? But like, at some point, at what point is the mandate really to just build units, even if you have the possibility, as Habib described, to make those yours after the fact? I don't have any questions, though. I'll think about it, but I'll kick it over to David.
I'll try to ask a question that cuts across, and I guess I will say that they do in a way overlap a number of interests of mine. Mine is, I guess I'm the one invited who doesn't really look at housing so much, but, and I'm not gonna get how you phrased it, Libby, but you were like, if somebody else builds it, then you can do it too, is kind of the way you were talking. So going from that to Lucia, you're talking about how a group that's really going to live in the housing really spends a lot of time negotiating the housing, to I think Christopher really talking about informing how residents actually begin to inform the brief. And so I think really beginning to think through, or maybe the question is really how do those three things maybe expose multiple roles that architects and designers and planners can begin to occupy in terms of how they understand their work, in terms of, Labib, you're really presenting two designers, one more aware of, as a citizen of Morocco, more aware of Moroccan culture, the other not so much, but still both forms of housing actually begin to see add-ons over time. And then I think really the negotiations of or I think being a part of the negotiations of what's happening relative to program. And then I think really letting this process that I think Christopher was describing, where there really is the demand that, or the requirement that you would have to understand neighborhood perspectives before you could even apply. You'd have to watch those before you could even apply. I think talk to still a kind of a value or different values of architecture, but also how they begin to work with populations that would be living in the housing ultimately. So that's kind of, hopefully kind of a question, or really I think it's more just a question about the different roles that designers can occupy. Or projections about others. And when I say that, I will now maybe give a little bit more background to what Alexander is talking about. In terms of the available city, I am starting it as a not-for-profit, but think of it, I've always thought of my role in that project is, given that there are more than 10,000 spaces and you don't really know what's on the ground locally, and it's not until you begin to talk with communities that you start to understand what their interests as well as needs are, that they might begin to talk about a type of space they would like to see. And then I'm always interested too, and somehow in that discussion of a type of space, they might offer some insight that enables me to say, oh, this would be a good designer for that. But it's not me trying to design 10,000 things because I don't think I could do it, or it would all look like me, and I don't think that would be a very good thing. And so I think there's a very much a deliberateness of starting to think about how as a nonprofit, those relationships are facilitated between a community organization and designer, and also I think trying to think through the process of how the work would get constructed and built, and then what's the nature of the collective that starts to build over time, not just within a neighborhood but across neighborhoods. And so I think it is a kind of role that is different, but it also I think relates to Lucia. You have what you're talking about is a NGO, and so I think just again different roles in which that still maybe call upon design expertise, but also begin to understand different values of what the architect may do. That doesn't necessarily mean that they design something directly from it.
Thank you all, and I will try to answer, but as technicians, I think the role of the architecture has to be to give the knowledge to the people that don't have the access to buy and pay the stuff. So this is what we are usually discussing in Usina. We have to use our knowledge to give people the power to understand what they are fighting for or what they want to do with its struggle. So one nice thing about the participative project is that we don't, like the families are not doing the project. The families are thinking about how they would like to live or how they do live. Because like the house, it's a place for service. And we usually take these places like the washing machine and I don't know, and put in a very small room, but people would spend like a lot of time there. So we try to think about these activities we do back in the house to then design, use our knowledge to design something. I don't know if I...
I think Christopher might have wanted to say something.
No, I was having a little trouble hearing, so Kathleen, I can hear you much better than the other panelists, so I may just have to rely on you to do a little bit of paraphrasing. Thank you.
Okay. Does it work now? Okay. I think what I just learned from the two presentations after mine is we sometimes forget about the local specificities, and I think this is really the key. Because, for example, in the Moroccan case, for a Moroccan, to be successful in life means you have your own house. So ownership is super, super important. To provide people housing and then telling them to pay rent is still something that is not considered in Morocco as a solution. So instead, you would give the land and then tell them, okay, build yourself. That's the easiest, the most important way. And I think the legacy of the housing in Hay Mohammadi left something that even today, the government, even if they want to change the policy, they can't, because this is how Morocco has been dealing with the housing crisis since 1940, let's say. So the idea of ownership is very, very important. And so the role of architect in that is very limited in a way that actually if you don't speak to someone who owns a land, then you can't do anything actually. He should already be saying to you, okay, I have a land and I only need a sketch from you. And that's exactly what's happening. I mean, a lot of architects in Morocco now are really, really struggling with the fact that there's not much of liberty to do when you are facing a client that has this plot. Because it's very, when you are already launching the work in the construction site, it's been modified in the construction site even before finishing your project. Because at some point, you would design a kitchen and then here comes the whole family and the woman, no, this is too small, or the living room is too small. Sometimes there are some spaces, like a living room, for example, that are actually designed and never used the whole year. It's only for the guests, but it's the most important space to have in the house. So even when you have now contemporary designs in Moroccan architecture today, in Casablanca, it's very astonishing the fact that still people want to add and still people want to take the balcony and add it in this space. And it's not just about this low class, let's say, people. It's also even the most rich people that would buy in a marina city, for example, in Casablanca, someone who would buy for like a meter square, it costs you something around $3,000 a meter square, which is not an easy money, you know. So he buy with a lot of money the whole apartment, right? And right after he got the property and the papers, then he could actually do modifications. Well, the first thing he would do, he would put some really fancy cladding and would put really fancy aluminum to cut to actually use the balcony. So it is not needed. It's culturally not something for a Moroccan to wake up in the morning and just like go in the balcony and just sit and eat and drink his coffee. It's not just culturally something that satisfies Moroccans. So those specificities are very important. And I think we have to learn also to accept that as designers, our role is to provide the frame, and I'm taking that from you, what you said yesterday, and maybe propose something. But as one architect, and this is how I want to conclude, Campo Baeza, the Spanish architect, said once when I met him, he was like, okay, the architect spent maybe months, maybe a year to design a house, but then the user spent the rest of his life correcting the mistakes of the architect. So I would like to consider it like that and just be humble and say, okay, do whatever you please to do, because in the end, he's the one living in the house, not me. So.
Just to add to that, it's really fascinating to hear all these stories in terms of the user-inhabitant-architect relationship, because in a way, I mean, when when you're talking about Moroccan cases or Casablancan cases where the future inhabitant comes in and says, this is too small, let's make it larger. It seems like in your case that sort of does happen, but it happens at a group level where you actually bring them in, and we maybe even have some rudimentary rooms and sort of ask them. And the same case, Adolf Loos, famously known for coming into the construction site, is like, this ceiling is a little low, let's make it higher, and freaked everybody out. So there seems to be a constant, I mean, he was not the client, he was the architect and making these adjustments on the construction side, which of course are really problematic, but at the same time, I actually like that tension, and maybe architecture needs to account for that as well. I mean, that's why I was sort of referring yesterday to the frame, because maybe there's a kind of spatial typology that can actually account for those kinds of fluctuations.
Yeah, and I'll just add, to me there's a curiosity about, I think that idea of the frame and that kind of very local skill with concrete is across a very large portion of the world. I've seen it in Ethiopia, I've seen it in Senegal, I've seen it. So I think, and it's a similar thing where things get added, things get tiled. There's seemingly these kinds of sensibilities that begin to define notions of ownership and making it your own. And so I think, I think it's really making it suited to yourself.
If I can add to that, from the perspective of a practitioner here, you know, we resident engagement and community engagement is something that's really central to what we do, and we inevitably reach a point where we're looking for opportunities for feedback from residents, but within a framework that requires the technicians, or like the people with the technical expertise, to understand just the thicket of requirements that we need to adhere to. And so we always hit this moment where we're like, well, we want to give a choice, we want to give substantive choices to people, but it's very hard to communicate because it seems so disingenuous, but that most of these decisions are already made for us. We please and serve many masters, and so someone can have a preference for a balcony, for instance, and I can tell you right away that the city of Chicago or the state of Illinois or Cook County will have a problem with that. So we end up with teeny tiny slivers of opportunities to bring in people, to bring in the opinion and the preferences of our residents. Plus we do almost exclusively rental housing, so that's another thing. We're landlords. So people putting their mark on their own apartments is not something that we are, sign off on as landlords, but ideologically it's important to us because we want the buy-in of people. We've looked into the possibility of doing some sort of participatory budgeting, where it's like, okay, so best case scenario, we're also teaching people how this works. And how this works is so insanely complicated because of regulations, and I'm not saying that it's not good for those to exist, but it's like there is a reason why professionals do this work, and not anybody can do this work, and even if it's, you need professional expertise and support.
Christopher, do you want to chime in?
Sure. On this question of engagement, I think there's a sense sometimes that I certainly battled this preconceived notion that engagement necessarily dulls the ambition of a project from a design or architectural point of view. We found that very much not to be the case. In fact, it was a question of really designing engagement very carefully the way that you design any other part of the process, and moving away from, of course, the traditional cliche of engagement where you have a meeting in the evening that only a certain slice of the population has access to, with no child care, with a microphone set up at the bottom of an auditorium that allows a very small slice of the population to have a say. And in the housing work and the other work we were doing, we found that a very intentional design process could in fact elicit not just a broader range of opinions, but really sharpen the ambition of a project. And it starts with really basic things. Los Angeles, despite its reputation as being a city of houses and therefore homeowners, actually has one of the highest proportions of rental households in the country. We rank 4th or 5th nationally, depending on what survey you're looking at. And so just starting with basics, let's make sure that we have that, rough representation in the discussions about the future of the city, roughly 2/3 renters' voices being heard, which certainly was not the case traditionally. The final thing I'd say is by the time I started working on this policy, Los Angeles, despite thinking of itself very much as a city of the future and having its sort of civic gaze fixed on the future and innovation, when it came to engagement and public debates on housing, had become a very backward-looking city, and so there was no space in the public dialogue, or there was very little space for this kind of future imaginary, if you will, or imagining, as the case study program did, as LA architecture had done for so many decades, to use architecture and design to help us sketch out and imagine these future scenarios, progress, a kind of architecture and housing that really reflected the needs of the populace. So we really wanted to carve out space once again for that kind of imaginary that had architecture at the center.
Are there any questions? Oh, there's one question. Okay. You just have to hold it close. No.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, hold
Hi.
it closer.
My question.
Try to stay here. Maybe it needs to be closer. Sorry about this.
All right, I'll sit here. Okay. So something that you said that resonated with me is navigating the thicket of local regulations. And I think something that's been interesting the last few days is seeing what people are doing internationally. And I'm curious, how do you take the spirit of that and bring it locally when there are so many immovable regulations that are highly, highly local, and kind of how do you, what's the word I'm looking for? How do you make that useful or actionable? That's my question.
Okay, so how do, I did ask Alexander if he was sure that he wanted a grumpy developer on this panel, and he assured me that yes. So how do we kind of draw inspiration from other examples around the world, or just how do we get creative, I guess, within the context of our current context and our regs? I'll work towards hopeful, but I will say that I think that the Invest Southwest program wanted to try to do that. Invest Southwest is a program here in Chicago, spearheaded by the previous commissioner of the Department of Planning and Development. So the idea was to really have design drive these competitions. And I respect the ambition and the fact that, in theory, leading with design, knowing that it would lead to challenges and high costs, we would at least have the full-throated support of the administration to pay for the projects. As we all probably know, the mayoral administration has changed and the commissioner is no longer in that position, so it remains to be seen whether some parts of that vision can kind of pierce through and we can see if some of those more experimental projects will really see the light of day, and I think that'll be interesting. And my greatest hope is that is that we actually, when all is said and done, that somebody does, I'm looking at all you academics, like really does look at the projects to see what the actual outcome was. Because we've seen this before where there have been ambitious or original ideas to say like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we built housing next to a library? Okay, so the previous mayoral administration made that a priority for reasons that were never explained, but we are led to imagine that it has to do with intergenerational contact and stuff. And those projects saw the light of day, and I'm still waiting to hear back if that actually fulfilled its promise, you know? So like, I think that developers work, like all developers want is to know the rules of the game so that we can work within those. And it's kind of a challenge where we stretch for something a little bit original, but then the rules are not yet written, and then we're working with agencies who are, you know, government agencies. They're not meant to be, it's not in their DNA to be super nimble, so that gets to be challenging. I think honestly, it's the inspiration comes from more designers, and it comes from more activists to challenge us, to push us, because developers, even if we're nonprofit, and I have many nuts and bolts questions for you about how you construct your projects, but even if we're not profit driven, we still have a bottom line, and we have, you know, costs and all that kind of stuff. And so that pressure is helpful for us to stretch our imagination, and it's good for different parties to come to us with demands, because on our own, honestly, we're not very, there are projects that are cool and we're creative within a context, but at the end of the day, developers develop, and it's really about getting the projects done. Hold on, that's not, I feel like I have to say, because like POA has done really, really cool projects, and my colleague Claudia is here, and she's on the design side, and so I really go to her with all of my design questions. And I don't want to give a short shrift. POA has like won awards and stuff for our design and our projects. I don't want to make you think that like all I'm content to do is to build boxes. But I guess those comments are just kind of coming from a sense of frustration that we would like overstretch, like be too ambitious and kind of miss the heart of the vocation, which is to build quality housing because people need housing.
Just because we hear this, the close, perfect. I just want to push back a little bit on this notion that design ultimately and always adds cost. I think, you know, in the US we've become very used to saying this. But I think if we look at all the presentations for the last 2 days, I think there is enormous ingenuity in housing design across the world that we can really learn from, and that where we can really destabilize that notion that design ultimately adds cost. Because if there's one thing that was the conversation across the board, is that there were really innovative ways to push housing to affordable housing, and that actually produces sometimes really innovative spatial material solutions. It's just that the regulatory systems in the US don't encourage those. And so I think I just want to be clear, and also to the students in the room, that it's not, and I don't think actually it's not that design always adds cost, but that it's not made easy to have design save cost. I know that David has.
Oh, I was just going to shift with one question, yes. But I don't know. I'm going to use that one too. This one seems to be the best one right now. And it's maybe to talk across the three, it's a question across the three presentations and maybe a little bit to relative to La Colle and La Borda. But I think the degree to which one could also begin to think of the buildings, the neighborhoods, in a way, the kind of district or neighborhood. I'm going to try to use both in a moment. And then I think also in LA that it's also perhaps thinking about something about what constitutes the character of a neighborhood, because I think you end up with a neighborhood in both of the cases just somewhat as they infill over time, but also I think with intention at the building scale that those seemingly are types of neighborhoods. I don't know. And then I think in LA, I think there's the additional thoughts about the markets, corner markets and other aspects, that it's as much about the neighborhood as it is about the individual unit. I was wondering if there were thoughts on that.
Yes, I think there are two, I mean, in the case of Morocco, there are two types of neighborhoods. There are the neighborhoods that are designed in a way, you have a master plan and you have an architect behind it and so on. And there are also neighborhoods that by the force of giving land and people, by the force of building, it becomes a neighborhood at some point. But it's complete, it could seem that it's completely chaotic and not really organized, but in the end, it's very, very much organized. Let me give you an example. Like, for example, in Morocco in 2005, there was this program that is called City Without Slums. So in this program, what they proposed to people is they would give you, land. It will be purchased or like sold to contractors and promoters, right? And they tell them, if you build housing that you're gonna sell afterwards for less than $25,000, then we will not charge you taxes on it. And so what happened is a huge flow into this idea started, and you have like a neighborhood that are just like popping out at some point, because promoters, they were like, wow, this is like a paradise for them. And the government were really controlling in a way how this works, because you cannot sell more than 25,000, and people would then can afford to buy an apartment, because once again, it's all about property. Moroccans would not be interested if you tell them, we will bid for you, and so on, but then you're going to pay rent for 25 years or for the rest of your life. That's not the case. So I think with that, the proposition really shifted, and only like 2 months ago, so of course the government, they were like, okay, actually we are losing a lot of money by doing that, so now that is no longer possible. But what they did is, if you want to buy a house, the state would give you a house for like less than $25,000, then the state would give you $7,000, and then you actually get the rest. And how people get the rest is easily by getting another family. So there are 2 or 3 families, and then they built one house in the same idea, and they rent the garage, and then once one will build, and the other will profit from so it's like a very communal in a way. So that's why it's very innovative, the work of Cooperative you're doing. But I guess in a way, the system worked at some point that even people, they organize themselves by themselves. They don't need anyone to tell them what to do in a way. And that becomes like the idea that how housing now works in Morocco, I think.
In Brazil too, but we have small groups that can have the support. Yes, I think to dialogue with what you were saying. This program that I presented was made for the companies. So the government will give money for them to build, and then they sell the house. But the part that we work in is it's like a very small part of the program that only exists because the movements fight for it, because otherwise would only exist the bigger part. It's like 2% of the money they have, and in this case they finance like 90% of the construction, and the families have to pay only 10% in like 20 or 30 years. So this is the only way they can access, like the poorest people, the people with 1 or 2 wages that I was presenting. Otherwise, they build by themselves, but they will live in places with very low infrastructure, very far away from like transportation, education, and other facilities. And also, these programs, they only pay for the project when we are starting to do the construction, because it's made for companies that have the money to do the project and everything. So it's very, very difficult to access the program because the families have to pay for the project before they give the money. So we basically work for free before the construction starts, and the families pay for the other projects like structure and electric projects, what they can. People lend money. It's like a very crazy arrangement to be able to pay the project because it is very expensive.
Maybe we have one more question from the floor, if there is one. Yes. That might be too far. That microphone. No? Here. Yeah.
Hello. Hey. And then question. What we've done here in Illinois is to look at affordable housing investment and all the, issues with it, but really think about how do we continue to keep affordability while giving the end users, the renters, the owners, the opportunity to continue to own into the future, as ownership is, again, very important in sustaining or keeping people from transient. So both in Chicago and Illinois, there is I call it a first right of refusal that requires that if any government dollars were put into a project, if it's going to be sold and not kept affordable, that the end users have the right to partner with a developer or partner with a non-for-profit to then exercise their right of first refusal for purchase. Coupled with other programs like the donation tax credit, it affords especially moderate to low income people the opportunity to make the decision, right, to purchase, turn into a co-op or a co-resident opportunity. I'm sorry that I came a little late and I heard the Brazil presentation, but thinking about POA and thinking about kind of what you're looking to do with affordability, be it home ownership or rental, is there any, what I find is that when we're thinking about affordable and how that goes into the future, I find too many times that we think about the now but not the future, right? What happens 10 years from now? What happens 15 years from now? I know that in the United States, places like Puerto Rico is allowed to do legacy transfer for their rentals that is supported by the government, right? So if I'm in an affordable rental and I have my daughter who's now grown, I could move out. Instead of going back in line, that property can then be given to my daughter if she qualifies. I'm not hearing a lot of that in this discussion. And the last thing I want to ask about is the whole issue of design. And I appreciate your point about that design and costs, I believe is, I don't know the word, but a fallback, right? We say, oh, design is costly, so we're just going to build a box, right? And the public housing is that city block box that most people have without really thought about how do families live. I lived in project-based Section 8 some years back, and I remember their first phase of development. The renters came together and said, this don't work. You put stairs near a window, and I got to have, take care of children, right? Children, window, stairs don't work, right? Somebody's going to fall out the window or fall down the stairs. So again, thinking about design, and not just design, but design and material, right? If we're gonna do cork boards for closet doors, and you know, I'm from Haiti. We wash and hang our clothes. The washer and dryer was not part of our system, right? And there are just still things I will wash. But I can't hang it around the house because the materials used will fail with that moisture. So I really think that design, material, and then in development of all these ideas, how do we think about the beginning and the end at the beginning? Does that make sense? And so I'm seeing a lot of that issue with condominiums, where we're converting rental properties into ownership, and these type of ownership are not thinking about the middle and the end, where it's really just thinking about the market because that person needs a loan, and if the assessment or the general operating dollars portion of that renter or that buyer is low today, we could get them in, and then no thought about their ability to stay there, right? And so we've done in Chicago conversion of these properties to condominiums, and yet we did not plan during the development pro forma and, you know, the design, what's gonna happen to general operating, right? Good refrigerators, good stoves, things that can deal with the, you know, opening the doors, the windows. All of that is not thought about. I shouldn't say it's not thought about. I believe it's not thought about to the point of, in the middle, when the wear and tear occurs, where is the resource to that it doesn't get dilapidated into the future? I know I said a lot of stuff. Answer any one of them.
Maybe I can put the microphone back to Sheila, because I'm wondering, like, that, especially the question about generation and how it moves on might be interesting from you, how that works.
Actually, this is a problem also in Brazil. Because it's not because you exit a house and now you are a owner that you will have the money, like, to do maintenance or to change other things from your life. So it is a problem. But in the, I will talk about only on the movement buildings. What we see is that people, when the people are part of the movement, they keep, like, changing their lives because of the processes they are facing. Like, a lot of people who suffered from gender violence tells the guy to go away and start making changes in their lives. So go back to school, because the movement gives some kind of support that is not given by the government. But we also have a problem in the buildings, because people can access the housing, but they usually don't have the money to do the maintenance of the building, like with, for example, the elevator or things like that. So in Usina, we would try not to use, for example, an elevator. But nowadays we cannot do this anymore because we have to do very high buildings because of the price of the land. So we try to think about low maintenance buildings, so the people can still keep it good. I don't know how to say, but there's also a difference when people participate from this kind of project. They look at the building as an extension from their houses. So they take more care of the building, the communal spaces. They are usually more, they take more care.
No, I think that's great, and we will also continue the conversation. And again, I'm the one who needs to cut this conversation short. Apologies again about this. We will break for a short 10 minutes. And yes, stretch your legs, get up from your chair, because we're going to rearrange the room. Come back in 10 minutes. And then we're going to have a round table with Chicago interlocutors, cultural players, and politicians, and the respondents and the presenters will assemble, and we will figure things out. See you then.